Welcome everyone to the afternoon session of day 13, Blueprint for Peace for Humanity. It's Friday, July 21st, 2017. And this is a production of the Keshe Foundation, Spaceship Institute. Once again, we'll continue with where we left off, basically, from the morning session with I think we have Caroline available that can help guide us to this part of the afternoon teaching. And I think we have a few things. Hello, Caroline, are you there? Go ahead. Not hearing you, something got disconnected.
I said you have enough coffee to get you through?
Yes, I just made some as I was discussing with Vince with a mouthful of food at the same time. We're armed and ready.
Okay, you're fully armed. That's beautiful. I just had my cup of coffee and a walk to stretch my legs. So everything is fine. So did you manage to get the message of Stefania, or it went lost?
No, that was lost to the ethers. We couldn't bring her in there. It was too garbled. Perhaps, is she here now? I'm wondering. Let's have a look.
Otherwise, Dr. Guata wanted to ask a question. If he's present?
Yes.
I don't see Stefania here, so yeah, go ahead, Gato.
Yes, the question arises from the letter to world leaders. I wrote I wrote several last night. In fact, I wrote to seven presidents in Africa, and I'm going to continue. But I have had one confirmation that they received, and another, but the other one asks for more details of myself. So now the question is, could we use the page, the peace letter page, so that the question of who we are does not arise? Because what I had was my name, my full name, my email, private email, and then they asked for my address where they could reach me and more details. So I wanted to ask before I responded to them whether it is appropriate, whether it would be appropriate to include the website where the peace letter is. And in fact, I constructed a sentence that says, the attached peace letter to world leaders can also be found at this website. And I give the peace letter website URL or link. And I just wanted to ask you, Caroline, whether that would be appropriate. And that may help others too, so that the questions, who they are, will not arise. Thank you very much.
Can you repeat in short again exactly what you want to change?
Not change the letter. I don't want to change the letter. The letter to world leaders, I wrote a cover letter to accompany that letter, which is...
That's fine. That's perfect, Guata. Don't worry about it.
So I can refer to the website where the letter is?
Of course you can. Of course, okay. If they're requesting this kind of information, it means they're positive.
Yes,
that's a very positive sign. So give them whatever they need and even more explanation and maybe part of your work, because they're asking who you are.
That's correct.
So you're the best, as what can we say, representative for the foundation, for that whoever dignitary you send your letter to. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you very much also.
No problem.
That's all I had.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Yes, for now. Thank you.
No. Okay. I see that there are John Wells, where are you from? What language are you representing? Or what country? What culture? If you could come forward and share your knowledge about your people.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me properly?
Yes, we
Yes,
can.
not too bad. Go ahead.
Fine, good. Yes, I represent Argentina. I was born here. I live here. I've always lived here. I've got a British descent. Uh, I'm second generation British descent, but we speak Spanish here. I was originally from Buenos Aires, which is the capital of Argentina, but I now live in Misiones, which is right up north, northeast, not far from the Iguazu Falls, right between Paraguay and Brazil. And I've also got a bit of a connection with Paraguay because on my father's side, my grandmother was born there in Brazil of British parents. So the sort of the land sort of pulls a bit, as they say here. And well, I was brought up in a British family. That's why I speak English pretty well. And I went to an English school. I haven't spoken English very much for the last 40 years, but I try to sort of keep up with my customs. And well, this is where the Pope, actual Pope Francis came from. As he said, he comes right down from down south, and that's where he's originally from, Argentina. I don't know if you want to know any other details from me.
How is the culture from where you are? Are you born or your ancestors are coming from where you are now, or do you have a different descent?
Well, I'm mainly British descent. My great grandfathers were grandparents were from England, except from on my mother's side, her father was originally from Gibraltar, but originally they were Ruggeronis. They were from Italy, but this was in the early 1800s. They had to leave Italy. They went over to Malta, then Gibraltar, and in the 1860s they came over here. My grandfather was the first one born in that family here in Argentina, and my grandmother on my mother's side, she was born here of a British parent, a British father who came along here 16 years old to build the railways here from in the middle of our country. And culture here, we've got a pretty big mixture of different cultures. All the immigrants came along here. We haven't got many original or aborigines or aboriginal people here. They were sort of killed off quite a bit. Over here in Misiones, we got some aboriginals, and all up north with Paraguay and Bolivia. That's why I mentioned here in Paraguay, the second language or the first language there is Guarani, which is the original Aboriginal language. My grandmother used to speak it, and when she met my grandfather in 1906, he came over from England, ended up in Paraguay. They met there, and my grandmother learned the English language with him. She was of British parents, but she was brought up with the Spanish and Guarani language. As for on my mother's side, the family were the owners of the British or English-speaking newspaper here, which is one of the oldest newspapers in the country. It has over 140 years of age. And, well, that's a bit of my upbringing.
Hi,
As
Caroline.
for,
We can hear quite a bit of noise through your microphone there.
it's not
That's Mr.
mine, it's somebody else's.
It's mine. It's mine. I'm sorry. It's Mr. Keshe, which is busy in the between. I'm
And
sorry.
the back lines.
There's a lot of fingers pushing a lot of buttons in the background here, believe me.
I didn't realize my microphone was open. Otherwise, you're avoided with these bing bings and ping pings.
Yeah, it was
As for, yeah.
Go ahead, John.
As for my upbringing on this line here, I've studied engineering, and I've always been very keen on alternate energies and alternate medicines. My mother died when I was 10 years old of cancer, so that's sort of brought me into this health line, and that's what I'm doing right now. Doing all this GANS water and helping people out here. I don't know if you want to know any other details.
How is the structure of the family?
Well, yeah, I was married in 1978 down in Buenos Aires. I came along here in 81, brought my family up here. We had 2 kids in Buenos Aires and 2 kids up here in Misiones. My youngest child was drowned when he was 3 years old. And right now, I'm living here with my youngest daughter, and the 2 eldest are in Buenos Aires, and so is their mother. So we've separated in the last 3 years. So, well, I'm sort of living alone, and my daughter is here about 3 blocks away from where I live. And my house is just full of GANS water and what have you, all the different bits of technology we are experimenting.
Do you remember anything about the structure of your family? How they keep it peaceful?
Yes, my father was president of the rugby union here in Buenos Aires and in Argentina. He was the one that started uh, developing the Pumas in 1964, which really got to world renowned, the Argentine rugby team. And he was very stringent on the amateur side of the game, the rugby. He was very lenient towards rugby being purely amateur, and that was my upbringing. So my background, my ethos is pretty on the line of what the Keshe Foundation has. I've got a broadcasting station here, and I periodically talk about this all our knowledge. So I'm continually letting the population know of what we're doing, and I have about 50 people that come and look for the GANS water periodically. So I'm letting the population know what I'm up to. You were going to ask, Caroline?
Yes. What have you noticed if this was already like a blueprint for your family because of the structure? But how have you observed the people around you? Because your country is not so very well known in our part or our side of the world. Is it stretched beyond your family, this ethos, or is it different? Have you noticed that it is different?
Yeah, we've got as I said in the beginning, we've got a very big mixture of cultures here. The British descent and the German descent are pretty well in the culture here. They keep up their language and studies and schooling and whatever. So we've got a bit of a background on their way of bringing up their kids. But as I think everywhere else in the world, everything in the last 30 years is all going down the drain, sort of thing. So I think we're sort of mixed up with a bit of what's happening everywhere else. We're having a hell of a big problem with the drugs here. What they've lived up in Mexico, 40 years or 30 years ago, we're having it here right now. The young generation are very much involved in very poor drugs, and they're receiving very bad health or just being killed off by this drug culture.
I am extremely glad that you brought this forward, because we have seen this tendency. And I think as Earth Council and Core Team and Universal Council and all of you souls, I think we're going to have to start bringing our 1 minute session to direct towards our children in different parts of the world. And maybe I would suggest, if it's possible, and maybe Rick or post it in the chat so Rick can pick them up and bring them forward as we are going to 1 minute of silence to work through our soul to reach our children, to reach our younger generation, that in this way they receive to be able to walk away and to step away from whatever enticement they have put on their plate. Because all this mayhem, we can reverse it. We can redirect their path. And I think as teams, and also the core members and the Universal Council members and the Earth Council, we can work on those topics. But I think as we are going to the next days and steps, I think it will be very important to operate and direct in one direction and target certain groups where it is very much needed to elevate the energy, and then see how within a very short time, as I said, 14 days, you will see the correction starting, the change of the path will start changing. There are small, tiny little messages already coming in. I have shared them with the Universal Council. I will keep on sharing as they're popping up, as I shared it with the letter for the request for the Universal Councils to come and support us in our quest for peace. Anyone, everywhere, the message does not come in front of you. Be aware and take notice. Even the smallest post can indicate you that there is a change of energy. Just bring it in the chat room and let Rick know, because they are important. They will show you the path where we are changing the direction, because these are the little things which we get as a confirmation. The same thing happened in the room. The same thing happened when we were writing this peace letter. So be alert and notice what comes your path, because it will be worth to share, because that gives continuously the confirmation we are on the right path. So if you know of these kind of problem zones, and problem areas and even countries which are in this kind of problems, please do bring forward so that we can put our attent in it to change the frequency, because we can do it and we're gonna do it.
By what I gathered last year, the Philippines were pretty much into using this technology for curing the drug addicts, and apparently they were getting very good answers in within 24 hours with all these addict manias. Is this true? We should
It is correct.
we
It
should
is in
sort of
every
put one of
level.
the, yeah.
It's not curing. It is reversing the process to bring the person back the way they were before the problem.
Yeah, you're quite
Before
right there.
change
The curing is that, isn't it? It's going back to what you originally were.
and improved.
Yeah.
It's changing the fields, and we have amazing results. If I start talking to you from the day I saw the health going out, the way Mr. Keshe was working on the systems and making them, I was always somewhere near or meet the people, because I'm going through my computer now. In between the times when I have time, I'm working on the folders to bring all this, what disappeared on our old website. I am looking at all these memories. People just get off the chair within 1 or 2 weeks, they start walking. People don't touch cigarettes anymore. People don't touch morphine anymore. People can start breathing. People which couldn't even make it, let's say 3 meters from me, or they were turning purple because they were having oxygen shortage, which is COPD. And then she goes missing because they used to take her in a wheelchair to go and do the shopping. And she just disappeared on her own. They couldn't find her anywhere. And she was walking back, coming back from the mall. She went and did her own shopping. So I have seen with my own eyes, I have spoken, I have seen physically the changes happening. I have seen children changing within a matter of 3 to 6 months, in 1 year, that they go back to a normal school from being in a handicapped school. It is amazing. When I start talking, I'm a walking dictionary of the reversal of these conditions, because I saw them day after day. And this is where the beauty sits with this knowledge. You reverse in a process a person which cannot be helped, unfortunately, with the today's present medicine, because of the lack of understanding. But at the same time, they have opened the door to know how the body, where the organs are, and everything else, the whole autonomy, and so much more. So we have to join together, and we will merge one with another, the same as was appearing in that beautiful picture which says science meets for the soul. This is exactly what's happening. This is what I was trying to bring to the attention of Mr. Keshe in the Kitab Akdas. At the back of the book, it says, when the two wings of the bird become one, the bird can fly, which means the science and the spirituality. Whatever level or whatever name you want to give it to me. Because if those two merge, the bird can fly. And this is exactly at this point what is happening. The bird is receiving the other wing for it to be able to take off. And that's when the mankind will fly. That's exactly what's going to happen. And it is happening. more and more. And I wish I will try to do the work over the holidays to get the folders, and then try to bring them in a presentable form to bring you back to where it started. Although we don't need to, because you see it every day yourself. But it will be beautiful to share the path, what we already achieved from day one, so many years ago. And it hasn't changed because now you're doing it. That's the shift from Mr. Keshe to all of you. You all become healers, you all become doctors, you all become scientists, you all become sharers, you all become givers. And this is something you have to say, yes, I accept. Because a lot of people, you're doing a lot of work, but somewhere, somehow, you have not accepted that this is what you have become. You have become the doctor, you have become the nourisher, you have become the soul take carer, you have become so many things. And a lot of people have not understood this yet. Now you're walking on the path of peace. How many people have confirmed to themselves, yes, I am? Without hesitation, because you are. Every single one of who is connected with the Keshe Foundation can confirm, yes, I am. It's a gift to yourself to acknowledge you have become so much more. Your light has been ignited in every level. Knowledge, giving, sharing. I have tried to give you so many examples, but you have to accept it, that you are. That creates a totally different dimension for each one of you.
You have said beautiful words, Caroline, and I've had these same experiences every day with all the people that sort of wake up with this technology, wake up in their health, their way of being, they rediscover their original emotional body.
We had Paul from Togo. He brought a beautiful statement. He said, and he confirmed, people that had no eyesight could see again. People who never spoke a word, they could never even hear, they never heard their voice, they start speaking. People who, just 1 second, please. Otherwise, you're going to go deaf with Topoli.
I have had the same experience. I've got a lady a square away, which she recovered her eyesight also with just a couple of months of drinking the Gans water after over 40 years of her not seeing through one of her eyes.
Yes, it is amazing how he stated the changes he has seen and witnessed with his own eyes. And he made something very clear. He said, nobody can stand in front of me and deny that this is happening. I will not tolerate it. This is another part of your development, your change. To acknowledge that you yourself have changed. Not only that you're changing other people, but you have changed in the whole process yourself. And as so many other knowledge seekers, you're just confirming another thing. Your whole house gets invaded by knowledge. But then stand still, and all the ganses which are and all the material you have been creating and developing and testing and working with, do you know how your house stands like a light in a beam in the dark? Because of the presence of who you are and the ganses and all the other things, because they create fields. And I remember a conversation, you remember that Mr. Keshe brought the water and he explained with all the pictures of the different drops of water. They were done by a scientist. In the background, when we were talking, he said, but it's very difficult, Mr. Keshe, because if I want to test this, I have contamination. The fields are so, I cannot change. I literally have to go to a different location, bring only one GANS and start, because the fields are present. You don't erase them. Because as he explained, every single dot in the GANS is a sun. It has the power of the sun. We're finding our way to ignite those suns. We're in a slow process, but they are very powerful. Do not underestimate your ganses. Mr. Keshe a lot of times says to me, when I was collecting the amino acid from the tops, and I brought them all four in one small, and it was a small amount, a very small amount. They were washed, and I showed them. You know, it's not bigger than the size of when you have contact lenses. Only the size of that, but you use, so you can imagine how small it is. Caroline, he says, if you only knew the secret, you can feed a whole city with this. I said, Mehran, soon it will be time to teach that no man goes hungry. And I think those doors for plenty and abundance will appear once we go through the hurdle and pass the hurdle of the second and the third. I think those doors will open so fast. Not a single soul will have to go hungry. Not a single soul will have to go through hardship.
As for feeding, let me barge in. As for feeding, we had an experience with Dr. Rodrigo Vildosola. In a class we intervened 3 weeks ago, we sort of started talking about feeding the people and making patches with GAN's food, and we could feed a whole country with just a kilogram of GAN's food, just making patches. Feed the whole country if you want. It's so easy. It's incredibly easy. And I'm doing a funny experiment, which he sort of pushed me through to it. So we'll have some news after I complete all these experiences with this new GANs.
The trick to do it and the solution in there, you can only achieve when you share, when you give freely, when you know where the pivot points sit, where people will receive it, you can add so much. And there were a lot of people which, quite a few months ago, they say, you cannot do this, you cannot do this, you have the free will, you cannot manipulate, you're gonna, and I kept on repeating, you cannot, because you only receive what you need, no more, no less. I repeated it maybe 2 days ago, you cannot harm a single soul. Somewhere, somehow, the GANs or the MAGRAPH or any system which is connected with this cannot harm, as Dr. Klaus brought it very clearly forward. It even changes owner. It repositions itself and it makes the path through the soul, through the physicality, that it needs to be moved. So, if you're not supposed to, I will give you an example. Dr. Klaus will know very well. I was trying to find a solution, to reduce smoking. Not to change, but to reduce it. That, the urge to smoke too many cigarettes because of nervousness or because you don't even pay attention that you're smoking more than you should. And we were coming up with an idea to make a GANs of the tobacco. Now, please, people, don't make GANs of tobacco. Because Klaus, which can make very good and nice GANSes, he did the job for me. He delivered me my pot with my GANSes. And the tobacco GANs was already done and finished, ready to go home. So as I come at the front door, I did some shopping, and somehow the carton, which the position of the GANs was in, got wet. I didn't see it because it was under the pot. And as I was taking the shopping out and I take the box of the GANs, as I'm moving it out of the car, boom, on the floor, only that pot broke with the tobacco GANs in it. And I went, oh my God, all his work is for nothing. As I was start cleaning it up, I said, I think this was the wrong way to deal with cigarettes or addiction or smoking. I said, it was not the right way. This is the indication because it destroyed itself that it could not harm me. And that was all happening in my head when I was cleaning the glass and the bits and the whatever up, that it wouldn't stay on the street, not to harm anybody else. So I explained to Klaus, and then when I explained it to Mehran, he said, yeah, you're not supposed to go that way. You're supposed to go a different way. But it still needs to be testable because I haven't found the time yet to do it. So the GANs, your soul, your path, if your intent is the right way, you get guided. It destroys itself for not to harm somebody else. The health system moved owner because it wasn't happy there. It knew it would not be able to carry out what the purpose it was built for, and the love and the care that system was put together. It couldn't serve its purpose, so it moved. So you're guided in your work. Read the signs and try to interpret them the right way, straight away. It was not a loss, it was a prevention, it was a protection. So you see how you look at things in a different way, you can interpret. Your soul protects you when you're on the correct path. When you get something hardship, it means there is a correction needed, and that's so simple. When you go and walk with your GANSes and you want to give them out, or you will be guided where they are belonging, where they're happy to go, where the need is the most and they can receive the most. So free will, you don't stop the free will. No way. The GANSes, because it's created, it directs the path. Have faith in yourself that you're doing the right way, with the right intent. You won't go wrong. But share it with people. Go out, give it to people, or put it somewhere that they can at least have the benefit without having to confirm verbally, because if they don't need it, they won't receive it. You understand? It can't harm them. Even in nature, you can go support the animals which are suffering wintertime. You just put some CEO and a little bit of CO, CH3 and CO2 near to the water, that the ice doesn't freeze up, that they can find water. The bees, summertime, I just saw it coming onto the screen. Bees love the water because they're short. But you can't sustain life through the GANs. You can sustain life through your intent. You can sustain life by your thoughts. Open the doors. Try to walk it. You will see. They will come back and they tell you. You get confirmation. I don't know which work you're presenting, Rick, but I see loads of pages passing.
These are all from the Keshe Foundation Testimonials site that people have been putting in for the last couple of years or so. There's hundreds of testimonials, all in different categories. I'm just panning through the general categories with all them in a list, basically. And it's totally what you're talking about. Here we see here, Cup of Life and Stop Smoking. I'll just read it briefly. It's from Sylvain from France. I smoke 15 to 20 cigarettes per day. 1 year ago, February of 2016, I was able to stop smoking after a disease or flu which prevented me to take a cigarette. After that, I continued the process with the help of the Cup of Life, the first version I'd known, only with the nano-coated coils. When I was thinking to smoke, I breathed in the cup. And when I had the urge to smoke, I drank from the cup, I assume. The most amazing thing in the testimonial was that the process was very, 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 very easy. Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe, for all the gifts to human community. Sylvain. So
I'm telling you, I have seen miracles, and people are now writing their miracles down. It's unbelievable. But I will bring your attention to one thing, please. What you can use for people, you can use for animals. Do not hesitate. Animals, you can guide and get and reverse them the same way. As I brought so many times from Ghana, the dogs with the parvovirus and distemper. I was speaking and I trying to explain to the vet in Austria, and she looked at me, as I was from another planet. She said, but you can't bring these animals back when they have distemper, and definitely not when they have a parvovirus, because by the time the animal is already so down the line in such a bad health condition before you notice even that is the problem. I said, no. I said, I already brought five puppies back. And she looked at me. I said, I will give you the information. I said, when you're ready, when I come back, I said, I will share my knowledge with you, because you can change so many animals. They don't need to suffer. Absolutely not. And I don't remember, Rick, if you have that picture when I was or that little short video when I was in Ghana, in the vet's office in the back, when the dog she was even lifting his leg up for me to rub the ganses on his belly. It pulled through. All of them pulled through. The only one who gave me the biggest headaches was Beauty, the first one I took. Oh, that was a different.
By coincidence, there is a testimonial that just came up from Ghana and referring to you, the wonders of GANs. Thank you, Carolina. It says, And I think this is maybe what you're referring to. I don't have that video you're talking about offhand, but I have this I can read, which is being miles from our homeland, India, my husband and I were finding our family complete through the two little lives, Happy and Cutie, our pet puppies. The innocent and serene cuteness they spread was adding colors to our lives, and suddenly, one day, we found our Cutie falling victim to parvoviral infection. The nice people at Teti Vet Palace were doing everything possible to save her life as she was vomiting blood and passed bloody diarrhea. She was put on infusion and antibiotics for 5 days. And on the third day, we met this lady at the hospital with a pleasant smile and ready to help us. In no time, I realized that she is a savior, as she gave me the magical GANs of solutions to be given to Cutie along with the hospital treatment. I followed her instructions to the T, and the very next day, Cutie was showing amazing change. She started responding to us, and on the 5th day of treatment, she started taking food orally. Her poop became normal and she was back to life. The same treatment was repeated with Happy as well, and today they were back to normal with their ever-spreading cuteness. We personally are thankful to Carolina DeRoos and the Keshe Foundation for the change they have made in our life.
Eric, if I may share my screen, I have a picture of those two little ones. Very cute.
May
You
I
can see
add,
them?
Carolina? Yeah, I had a couple of experiences in the same way with different tumors that dogs have had.
Yeah, it is amazing. You cannot imagine how fast you change a life of an animal. You can hear me?
I can now.
Yes, is that your paw
We can
hitting the
hear you typing.
microphone?
I got kicked out there, so I have to get reestablished here.
Oh, you got removed again, Rick?
Get booted, yes. Okay, where are we? Is there a screen share up now? I don't see one.
No, there wasn't. You can put the default one back.
Yeah, the little dogs only appear 2 or 3 seconds.
You can
Yeah.
see this one.
Okay, yes, let's get that into
This was beauty. That was my nightmare. And I mean, really, because she really tested all my nerves in my body. She was diagnosed with parvovirus. Then she had distemper. Then she had a parasite. And then above all, every time she came out of something, which I conquered with the ganses, then the little girl went around the corner and she ate a poisoned rat. And I mean, she gobbled it up. And 3-4 meters further up, she just vomited everything out. So I was holding my breath for the amount of poison she ate, or she could have had absorbed through the stomach. I really, really panicked 3-4 times with her, but I wouldn't give up. And I kept on talking to her. I said, you're not going to go anywhere. You're going to stay with us because we love you. We brought her in the house. And this is just before she starts becoming very playful. And then she was returned to the owner because I cannot travel with such a big dog and we didn't have the facilities to keep her. And I was asking the vet, she's not going to go to be used to produce puppies because she's a beautiful dog. He said, no. He said, you don't know where she's going, do you? I said, no. He said, she's going to a palace. I said, What do you mean? He said, they have a zoo on animals. She will be taken care of like a queen. Because this was supposed to be a gift to the daughter of a previous president from Ghana. And when they brought her back to the vet's office, when she was walking, they sent me a video of her. And she turns up to be a beautiful dog with a beautiful character. She was not wearing any leash. She's very calm. She's very pleasant. And this was one of the 4 I could save just with the Gans water. The 4 Ganses. She was the beginning. They were the 2 twins there, the 2 little ones I showed. And then we had the one on the table. And then I had another one from another dog which was nearly dead. He came with a sunstroke in. He was lying as good as dead on the table. And this was all happening within a few days. I was keep on going back to the vet. And they all pulled through. Look at those eyes. She melted my heart when she was looking at me like this. So please, apply it on your animals as much as you're using it for yourself. They deserve to be in the best condition you can get them. Thank you. I will return the screen to you. I'm sorry I hijacked it.
Oh, that was beautiful. Thank you very much, Caroline. I've often think maybe we could start some sort of program to help the lab test animals, because they get tested and then they get put down when they get these cancers and other tumors and diseases and organs cut out or whatever they do to test with lab test animals. What if we were to start a program to be able to rejuvenate some of those lab test animals, that instead of putting them down, we allow them to have a life, to complete their life, you know, in a healing and pain-free environment, basically, or the best they can do to extend their life, to rather than just putting them down. And I'm thinking, well, we could use those same results and extrapolate them to people, because if they're going to put those animals down and we can bring them back, it makes sense that it's very powerful treatments that should be attempted to be used. Anyway.
It can be done, but we need the souls. It can be done, Rick, but it needs the souls to bring these animals to a home where they know that they can exist. Because from where they come, they had no place to exist. They were just tools to use. And you know something? When the scientific world started realizing not to use animals for any kind of testing because they have a better way to operate, the animals will no longer suffer. This is a path we will stop as well with this knowledge. Especially to bring the attention to human trafficking for organs. There will be no more need for that, because Mr. Keshe already explained how you can create a new organ, how to grow, how to increase the health, how to copy. We just need more people to come under the wings of understanding, that's all. So you think we're going to be running out of jobs? I don't think so. We have in every single sector, agriculture, medical, energy, you name it, we have changes.
And also the medical and the scientific fields are coming closer and closer to the the Keshe Foundation based solutions, the plasma type solutions. And there's sort of a merging point will occur where they'll need the information that we have, and we'll need the technology that they have already developed. And there's a merging that can take place that I think could be useful in the near future here. I noticed recently there's a physics thing where they're able to make food out of air now, the same as we've been talking about for several years. And so perhaps there's some cross-pollination of the technologies that can take place. Hello? Even though sometimes it's like oil and water. Hello, there was someone there?
No, it's me. Maybe I'm making too much noise, but I'm not touching my phone.
No, I think there was someone else in the background, Caroline, but anyway, go ahead.
Does anybody have anything else to share? I see Ekmer. Echo.
Yes, Caroline, excuse me. I have something to share. This is Nicholas from USA.
Yes, please.
Well, if I could have a
If your microphone can work properly, yes.
there we go. How's that?
It's a little bit better, but it's not stable.
Yeah, go ahead, Nicholas. Somehow your microphone got muted there, which cut you off briefly. So go ahead.
Okay, how is this? Is this better?
Yeah, that's good.
So from our morning session, I was very touched by the coming together of all of us in the sending out the message, and also from looking at the peace letter and taking it to heart, to sending it out to our leaders. I felt like personally that I wanted to sign the letter. I wanted to sign the letter, and I wanted to send it out to the organizations that I've had the opportunity to work with, to have them sign the letter. And so what I did was I wrote up my own letter, and I would like to share it with everyone if we could. And maybe if I could share the screen and read it, I would appreciate that, and I hope others would appreciate it. Is that possible, Rick and Caroline?
I think it would be fine. What do you think, Caroline?
Yes, why not? It's always a pleasure.
I was going to actually suggest the same thing, because I had a letter that I put together recently that just came to me. So perhaps it's time for that. Okay, so if you go ahead, you can start your screen share.
So this is my personal declaration of peace. As a representative of my soul and the God source from which I come, I declare that to the best of my ability, I will not harm in any way other beings, but embrace them with love, understanding, respect, and gratitude for who they are in their person their soul, and as the God source from which they come. To the best of my ability, I will not judge, resent, control, manipulate, or fear others through my actions, my thoughts, or my emotions. To the best of my ability, I will honor myself, my soul, and the God source from which I come by taking responsibility for my thoughts, my emotions, and my deeds. To the best of my ability, I will honor, support, and nurture life and consciousness in its many forms, seen and unseen, in my surroundings and the environment on this planet and throughout the universe. As a representative of humanity, I will support life, healing, growth, and evolution in every possible way through my thoughts, emotions, and deeds, especially in my own consciousness and through the elevation of my soul and its many expressions. I will joyfully join with others in creating a beautiful and harmonious expression of life on this planet and throughout the universe. As a representative of my soul, and with the full recognition of this action, I sign this personal declaration of peace on the third day of the 8th month of the year 2017. Nicholas Michael Morrow. And so it is. So thank you for allowing me to share this.
You're welcome. Have you sent this out or have you kept it to yourself?
No, my dear, I don't know where to send it. It is more sent into the soul space, which we're all sharing right now.
Thank you for sharing this with us. Thank you, Nicholas Michael Morrow.
Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, everyone. It is so heartwarming and meaningful to be a part of this family that is bringing this work to the world right now. And it's my wish that it will be seen that way by all and embraced by all, for us to move in to this new cycle of humanity on this planet, and that we become gracefully and beautifully an active member of the universe that we're all a part of. So that is my wish.
Thank you. Rick, are you following the conversations on Facebook, or who is keeping an eye on that one? There must be a chat open in there too.
Yeah, I'm not following that right now. I've got a lot of other things going on my screens, actually.
I know. I just was
Facebook?
wondering who was looking.
Which
we are
group in particular? The
we are having
councils?
the teaching. No, we have the teachings going live in Facebook, yeah?
Oh, I see. You mean the chat there. Yes, that's been followed as far as we got a response from, there's a couple of people who said they were present, and I'm not sure if there's anything else.
Can they raise to speak?
But they can, I don't think they can speak in Facebook to hear. They would have to come into the Zoom room in order to speak, I believe.
So they have to post the requests in the chat room there for you to pick it up to bring it forward here.
Yes.
Okay.
I think, Flint, are you keeping an ear to that conversation in Facebook?
No, I look at it and I watch it.
Okay, thanks, Vince.
I bring anything to you that I see.
Okay. Do we have other channels getting dealt with at the same time or broadcasted?
Other channels, we got YouTube.
Yeah, we have a YouTube chat.
Feedback.
To make sure that everybody can bring his voice forward, to pay attention if there is any need for them to speak or to express themselves, that at least we are available for them to bring them forward.
Yes, there was a comment from Peter previously that would be, that's very touching. It would be good I could read that perhaps. Let me mute your microphone temporarily, Caroline, because there's some feedback there. Or you can, thank you. It goes like this. Peter says, I want to thank from the depths of my soul, Mr. Keshe and Rick, who the other day have brought us back to simplicity by saying that the most important is to give from our souls. No need for technology in the first place. This touched me ever so deeply, and my soul started to fly, knowing that by giving, and giving, automatically more and more universal love will be attracted to us to again give more and more. I experienced that this is much easier than all the other practices I have learned my lifelong from many spiritual teachers to help and give to others. I have started to intentionally give from my soul as often as I remember all day long. It has become extremely easy, but so much more powerful. Thank you again with much love, Peter from Melbourne, Australia. I thought that was quite a powerful testimonial, you might say. So thank you very much, Peter, for that feedback. Flint posts from YouTube. Robert has something to share. He says, I provided a CO2 pad to an old dog to lie on. Okay. Yesterday he walked heads up, no collapsing, tail wagging and happy with his owner who cares a lot. He says to everyone, peace, love, and patience to you all. Peggy also confirms, yes, Caroline, I give my dog the same water I drink. I also share plasma water with hummingbirds in the food I make for them. Fried asks me, maybe I could share something about Soul of Nations. Fried's been a regular contributor in the live stream. So perhaps that would be good to hear from Fried. Okay, let's get that set up. Okay, Freed, I'll promote you to panelist. And let's have a look at what you have to say.
Yes, hello.
Yes, hi.
Hi. Thank you very much. It's so beautiful to be with that very big family. That this morning we heard from all corners of the earth. We are all together, and I'm quite interested in the soul of nations because we are one, but we are also different. So each one of us has a particular quality to bring to the whole. And we have decided to be born in a certain place. So that is part of our setup. And a few years ago, I took part in a meeting which was especially focused on the soul of nations, and that's very interesting when you look into this, that you find a lot about your nation, where you are living, where you came from, and also the overall the nation of planet Earth. So that's there is I could share a little thing, a screen that Rudolf Steiner also worked on the soul of nations, and I got the meeting from someone from Oroville, the city of the future for mankind. And they are very much focused on what has every nation to contribute from the spiritual point, because not only from the material point, but from the spiritual point, a nation has to contribute. And then the best thing of a nation can come forward. And that's probably a quite interesting way to look at the soul of nations. And we could do that also maybe in the Universal Council, and so, or it is already done. So that would be an opportunity.
Okay, that's something to consider. We would have to make sure there's no like copyright issues and that kind of thing as far as showing some of the stuff you'd be. Could you put together some sort of presentation about that? And
it would only be a screen from a website, which is accidentally, it's about Switzerland, and Rudolf Steiner shares a little bit about Switzerland, how he sees the soul of Switzerland, because he lived then in Switzerland.
Yeah, it's just some of the images on websites can be a little touchy, but
it is not needed. But I could also share the URL of it, so
sure,
you can
that'd
look
be
at
good.
it.
Yeah, if you could share that in the chat so people could have a look at it, and I'll post it on the live stream as well.
Okay.
Oh, you can, because I think you're in
Hello.
live stream too, aren't you? Hello. Is that Caroline? I think the dog may have cut her off there, or vice versa. I'm not sure if Tokely has figured out how to hit the mute button yet or not. Okay, I see the link you're talking about, and I'll post that in the live stream. Okay, well, thanks, Fried. Is there anything else about that you'd like to share?
Just a moment. No, I think that that is something, and yeah, we will see what comes up next. But yeah.
Yeah, I think that is, we have to make some of these connections perhaps in the background and use some of the ideas and groups that have come before that are trying to bring about peace in the world. Maybe we can bring them on board for the to sign on to the peace treaty and be part of the groups and corporations and others that are willing to sign on, perhaps.
Yes.
You brought a very,
Sorry.
excuse. You brought a very beautiful, wonderful soul on board. You know that. Rudolf Steiner was the first one who changed the education for children.
Yes. Very special
Then,
person.
yes, if you go deeper into the way he wanted to bring the children up, it is absolutely whoever built and expanded on his idea and principle, they are totally different children. They
Yes.
are children the way they should be children. And this is very beautiful. There is another person. Topoli. There is another.
Please.
Not only in the education, he was a pioneer for the educational level. Then you have the Frenet schools. Then you have the school which in Italian started going on the same principle. They just diverted a little bit of certain principles, but the main starter was Rudolf Steiner.
Yes.
I really admire the person. I really, really admire the way, the original, the way he brought it out. They have adjusted his system, but if you go to his basic principle, it is amazing what you can do with children.
Yeah.
And this is how we're going to bring our children back to the ethic of themselves.
Yes.
He was trying to find the child in the child. Now, with you bringing...
much more. It was much more. He had on agriculture, almost everything what is new on agriculture was based on his teaching now. And economy, new money systems, and a lot of other things, phenomena of nature, which he took from Goethe, light, so colors, and so on and so on. So he was an absolutely universal person.
So if we or you have connection and you work with and so many other people, maybe we can also invite them to support this. They will understand because it's based on his principle.
Yes.
For the betterment of mankind. If they're still working in his ethos, then this is a huge group which will come on board.
Yes, that's right.
And now bring you to a different. You all know Chopra.
Yeah.
The Ayurveda. Anyone in the presentation, please, he is available for, he is open to this new way. If you introduce the reversal of the energies in the health system, in the agriculture and the soul level, he will come on board. And he has so many people which are trying to learn from him, through him, because his ethos is also correct. and he still is alive, we can still manage to reach him. Then you have all the people, which most probably, if you go back into your memory or you say, ah, yes, is James Redfield.
Oh, yes.
If somebody can get contact and create and establish a bridge with him, he's a wonderful soul. He's smoothened the path for a lot of souls to be ready to be able to accept even today's teachings.
And I already mentioned Oroville from C. Aurobindo and the mother, which is another very, very close connection to what we are doing.
I think it's time to reach out for those groups that they are no longer on their own, that they can join. Not necessarily the Keshe Foundation, but the Blueprint for Peace for Humanity. I think that will make them to join or to take it up on their shoulders to carry this Blueprint for Peace for Humanity. We don't have much time left in matter of time to reach the 2nd of August. But if you people all start working as much as you're working on the letters to send out, please do connect with all these groups, which each one of you is aware because you're connected to it in some way or another form. Invite them. Open the doors to them, that at least they know it exists. If we could break the media open, the ones which have been avoiding Keshe Foundation, you don't mention Keshe Foundation, but if you present them the Blueprint for Peace for Humanity, if that was and is their true intent, most probably when we make the wish in that direction, they will open their doors too. Because they will want to jump on board of this change, for sure. To change, to bring, instead of all the horrors, to bring the change. They will stand out as the first ones to come forward with positive news, positive input, and to reach as many people as fast as we can, where we can change, that they can give a feedback to the Earth Council and the Universal Council, where they see the need is the highest. If we can get their cooperation at the same time we are running now for the blueprint, we can only offer it with our best intent. So if there are more paths we can open up, thank you for bringing this forward. Please go back to your connections. They were there in the first place for a reason for today. Reconnect or connect and open the doors to them that they can see. They don't need to hesitate for a blueprint for peace for humanity. And if this happens the same as with Dr. Guata, then you can start talking freely about the Keshe Foundation and your own experiences, because then they get a better vision. And that's why you are a knowledge seeker. You are the scientist. You are the medical. You are the agriculture. You're everything what you have and become today. Present yourself. Be proud of what you have achieved up to today, which maybe nobody even imagined you could achieve this platform. Be all proud of yourself. Carry yourself with the proud to be a carrier of Blueprint for Peace for Humanity.
Thank you very much, Caroline. I have changed my cover letter to include my Spaceship Institute email and the website where the peace treaty is can be downloaded. So there will be no more questions to that effect. So I'll be writing more letters with a new cover letter. Thank you very much, Caroline, for your support and excellent teaching. We are getting closer and closer to peace. can feel it in the air. And we are sure it's going to happen. Thank you very much indeed.
We are already there. You just have to confirm it, you souls.
Yes, we are there. I'm
I
present.
am. I am. It's so important. I am.
Thank you.
Caroline,
To put
hello
the-
everyone.
Hi, Paul. Is that you?
Yeah. I think the line is free. Can I share something about my culture?
Yes, please. I think that's good.
Okay, thank you. So the part of the culture I have to share, the history, the knowledge I have to share is the part of the history of humanity. Our culture was being forced by different environments, place living, different interaction with those life. So in this way, we have get what we call the culture specifically called culture MOBA. And in this line, the line of living, the line of continuity of the life as part of humanity, we have been imposed to get some action, to get some interaction with our environment. So this interaction means that we get different tools to be able to survive in the environment where we live at the moment present. And all these have been accumulated and called culture of MOBA. We are some people, one of part of people coming from Egypt. We immigrate in the first time in Ethiopia. From Ethiopia, we go to Niger, and Niger we go to Burkina Faso. And actually, Burkina Faso is the base. We call this place Fada Nguruma Fada. You already know what is Fada. It meaning that the place of MOBA, the origin of MOBA. And then from there, we go to Togo, Benin, Ghana, Ivory Coast, and over the world. And from place to place, there was a lot of things our ancestors have to cross before reach or before living in harmony with this environment. And then to cross this thing, like I said, we was need the right tools because it was the jungle where we have the nature non-touch since his creation. And we have to cross this and go where we never know that we was exploring the space of planet Earth. So the tool our ancestors have get to be able to survive in the place they was choosing is lot of or have lot of meaning for us. This tool is testimonial of gaining knowledge, because it's not easy to come in new environments and to handle what we call the field of environment and to be able to survive. So when we see the history of our cultural patrimony, it is so beautiful what our ancestors have lived to us. And this is the research for all humanity, or every single in the world, because it was the report of some part of humanity living in some place. And if we can put together the culture of different environments, different parts of the world, I think we can reach and we can bring the peace in the world. And this peace needs to be done in the way that our ancestors have handled things. So when we get massive movement from Ethiopia to further Nkrumah, we get what we call structure of our society. And this structure of society get what we call one chief at the head. And the chief is not about the age in my culture. The chief is about the knowledge every soul have to be able to survive. So it meaning that the more shining soul is elected like chief in my culture. Doesn't matter if it is small boy, small girl, young or old. The important thing is we need someone to enlighten all community. And the chief was the one who know most of things in the environment, who know the culture, who know the history, and can by this culture help others or lead our community to live in the environment and then continue to explore the planet Earth. So in this way, our chief was choosing. So the one who have his soul shining more in the community is the one who is the soul. The one who can enlighten those is the soul. That's why in my culture, you can find one chief who has 2 years. It meaning that his soul is so powerful that his destiny can enlighten those. So the society of our culture is structured like this. And from there, in the way of enlightenment, we get what we call education part. And this education part, women have so important place in our culture. And then what the women do in our culture is take care of children and the housebound. And the housebound has to bring food at home. This is the way our education is structuring. Man have to bring food at home, and women have to take care of life of their children and then his husbands. And in continuity of this education, we have a lot of parts. From 0 to 5 years, the children should be attached to his mother. This is the first step of education. Because in our culture, we say that the most man is forcing between 7 years. So 0 to 5, the children is attached to their mother. And from 5, 7, 8, we detach the children and attach him to his father. So he have to learn also from his father. And then from there, 7, 8 going, we push the children to be attached now to our society. We have for there some events that children can participate and learn about the structure of our society, where the children can live and touch by their own hands what we call the reality of our society. And we expect in our culture, 14 years, the children should be mature enough to get what he have to defend himself in the life. And then from there, the society or our society expects from the children to be able to be responsible, because he have, by this different education, gain enough knowledge to be able to defend or start his life. And in this way, we have what we call the tool the children should get. The first tool, and this is the first riches our culture or society is giving to the children, is what we call balu in our language. Balu is meaning that they transfer or they have some kind of a way to download all the knowledge from the beginning of our society to the moment present, download it and put it in the children. So the children become aware of our old society. And from there, we get what you call another step. And in this step, we get what we call Yendu. Yendu is our God. Yendu is sun. We never get a religion in our culture. Sun, because in my culture, we say the soul of everyone is shining like sun. So we must be the representative of sun. That's why our God is sun. So what we call gods have to handle by the field, and this is what we are learning, how to manipulate the field. And in my culture, everyone have his son. And then from the individual son, we get what we call family son of different sons. And this is called what we call in my culture kikili. So the connection of different sons in my culture is naming or centralized and become kikili. And if you search about internet and everywhere, this kikili is some kind of statuette that which can talk, which can communicate. And then we get all of us actually the benefit of this kikili in the world. Because in the history, kikili, we get one which having been stolen by one of, we call it brother, who sell it to the, what you call it, who sell it to the white man, and this kikili is the one who have give information about all communication system in the world. Computer, everything, telephone, the knowledge is from what we call kikili. And actually, I will not give the place, but this statuette is kept in the most security place in the world. And the army they have affected to this kikili is more than 10 times more than the army of one president. And this is contribution of the culture MOBA in the world as part of humanity. It has been stolen, but it have released some information who have bring revolution in the world of communication and the rest. So, from what we call this central tool we call kikili, we get now Tingbang. So, connection of different family of my society. And then, from there, we can, and we are connected to every single man in our society. And when you see the way they have structured what you call Tingbang, there is one part where they say this is the environment part. So, interaction between environment and man. And in my culture, nothing should be done without consulting the two parts, environment and our society. Because our ancestors say that if you trouble your environment, you will be or you will run away from your environment because you have trouble your own life. So, connection and harmony between environment and the society is very important. And at this moment of peace, I want and I wish everyone to be involved in this process because we need peace. We need harmony between us and our environment. And when our ancestor was crossing the different places in the world, when the colon come in my place, the chief of Fada Nguruma, it means the chief of Moba at this time, he says, the shame will not come in me and my society. He have used the knowledge he get to enlighten our society to overcome this situation. And then from there, the last part of this history is our chief fighting with colon until one day he say, I will not see my own shame. And at this time, there was fighting with horse. What he do? He was on his horse and he ran and he go with his horse in one big tree and the tree become dry and himself and the horse become stone, stands on the tree. And if someone want to see or to touch this reality, you just go in Burkina Faso, Fada Onguruma, and ask about the statuette of the chief who have become stone with horse. They will go, you will touch the tree, you will see him, you will see the horse. Nothing have changed. The horse forms the horse form at the shape of man. And what you can learn from there, Mr. Keshe, in different environments, man can manifesting himself with 12 legs or others. The knowledge was there. We have lost the knowledge. You can become stone, you can become tree, you can become whatever you like. We just need the right tool. And this history, this testimonial, this statuette we get still now. Everybody who learn about this story, our culture, running to go and see, to go and touch. It is really beautiful to go and see how man have transformed his environment, which was the horse, and have transformed himself to become stone. Since 1918 until today, is still there. And for us, he is not dead. When we see this, we remember that we are there. The death is not death. The death is not the end. It is just the beginning. And another story, we have one place in Togo, which is the part of the history of Moba. We call the place name is Gondwaga, north of Togo. We have big stone there, big stone. And in this big stone, when the white man come to fight, what the chief, the same chief, what he do, he just collects all the guns and the tool of war, and he just put it in this stone. And the stone, when you come and see it, it is up of the mountain, is so big. Even 1 million person can live inside. But when you go to the story, or the mystery is, when you go to this stone, there is no door to enter in this stone. But we have the key. The key is, there is 2 old men there. We just go to see him. And what you say, I will not take any of these tools to harm anyone. I will not bring out from this stone, for we call it house, nothing to do bad to someone. And then from there, they will take you to this stone, and they just have 3 sentences. When they give these 3 sentences, the stone, you see the door open, and then you just enter inside. And when you enter inside, the stone again close his door, and it is beautiful walls. You have lot of guns, lot of army tool inside, and you have snake, you have lot of animal inside. And there you can touch the real life, where man live in harmony with his environment. You walk between the snake, you never get bite to snake. And when Mr. Keshe said yesterday, we can paralyze our army in the world, I say yes, yes in my soul, because I have already seen it. And everyone can come in Togo. The place is Dapon, and then Dapon you go 70 kilometers Gondwaga, and ask about this big stone in the mountain, and say you want to enter inside, you will go and touch this history, which is the part of the knowledge humanity have gained. So the knowledge is there. The knowledge was there, and the knowledge will be with us. The only thing we need is understand it and use it in depth. And from there, another history of our culture, we have also one place like lake, where we get 3 water. It means that 3 color living in the same lake. Like when you see the sun, you have matter, transition matter, and then Carolina coil. You go and you will see this. The water is running anti-clockwise, but there is 3 color of water. Red, really red, like blood, and the one who is really black, and another one who is at the color of water. And it running, turning in anti-clockwise. There, the place you can find it is Tanjware. Mondori. This is the place you go and touch this reality. The field is turning, but there is no mixing. Everybody keep his origin, his life. So, from there, when we see another part of our culture, the men was struck. Money was not our problem. What you just need something, you just go to someone with something and you take what you need. This was the system of our culture. So, the food of our culture is we eat what we have in the environment, and we eat what the environment have authorized us to eat. And this is very important. So, man living in harmony with his community is very important. When you are in harmony with your community, you will learn a lot from your environment, because they are part of our life. They are part of this environment. They are part of this universe. And you are not the one who gets all knowledge about the environment. You have to learn from your environment. So, one most important thing I have to give before let someone is harmony between us. How to live in harmony between us. In our society, we get some education. And in this education, we have divided the life in the 12 parts. And this is called bin. And different application, we have 12, 12, 12, 12. And the beautiful knowledge I learned from this base of 12 was the life of man, the body of man. The body of man is big universe. Inside of this big universe, you cannot imagine. And then, from there, we get one secret knowledge. And this secret knowledge have to be told or to be taught. One time, when man in our culture become enough, mature, we take the man and put him far away from the society to educate him how to learn in harmony with his environment. And this is called in my culture or in my language, conscious. And we have two kinds of conscious. One kind is to educate man about his universe. And in this universe, where we get everything divided in 12, I can say you something. These 12 parts, you have it in your body. And I am going to give these 12 parts of our culture. We have the first, which is the liver. The liver covers 2 hours in the day of life of man. What it means? It in my culture they say that it means that the power is there, the force is there to be interact with. For us, the liver, which is one part of our life, is like one central, or like Mr. Keshe, one reactor who gets honor in 24 hours to be able to interact with the environment, because the field strength of environment is equal to the field strength we get stuck in the liver. And I was being educated in this way, but the education we get, there was no what you call hours in there, but they try to learn you, they give you the knowledge to feel when the liver is in action. And after I have done a lot of work, because I know how to feel this liver in interaction in my body, which moment, and then I find that is 1 hour to 3 hours AM. And then we have from, now I am going to give, to go quickly, 3 hours, 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock, you have the lung. It meaning that the power or the field strength in the body, which is able to interact with the field strength of our environment, is the field strength we get stuck in the lung. And from 5 to 7, we get large intestine. 11, we get stomach. And from 7 to 9, we get stomach. And from 9 to 11, we get spleen. From 11 to 13, we get heart. From 13 to 15, we get heart, intestine. And from 15 to 17, we get bladder. From 17 to 19, we get kidney. From 19 to 21, we get pericardium. From 21 to 23, we get the triple one. It meaning that the body, the emotion, and the soul is at these moments in interaction, all of them. And then from there, you will see that we start share the different emotion coming from this triple one. And then from 23 to 1, we get rescue. So from there, we get lot of knowledge, and everything I have sit here is big chapter we have to study, because you have to learn how to feel them, how to manipulate them, how to get in harmony with your environment at specific time. You know which button you have to put on. And this is the way we get. And when we see all of this knowledge from our culture, it was or it is one part of humanity. And this we can share it with those because we all live in the same universe, in the same planet. That's why the knowledge, the culture have to be complementary so that we can learn more. That's why it should not get in the human beings division, because someone knows something we didn't know, and then we need this to get better life. We are all one. We get all same life. And when you see the life, everyone in the universe, without oxygen, he cannot live. And oxygen is not property of anyone. It just go inside. When interaction is finished, we just put it out. And the same oxygen go to the life of others. He absorb it, do what he wants, and then give it. Same with the rest of elements in the environment. It means that in reality, we get same life, same energy, and we are all coming from same source. So from there, there should not be division. And if some ignorance person want to bring us at the point of division, at the name of the life we are sharing together, we have to say no, because we understand the life, we live the life, and nothing is for anyone. All is from universe, and we are the part of universe. Nothing for anyone. It is just illusion. This is for me, this is just for illusion. Our nature teaches us a lot of things. Our nature gives us a lot of knowledge. And if man can think small and understand this knowledge, we will all come at the point where we live in peace. In peace, because peace is conditioned to guarantee everyone enough confidence to interact with his environment in all forms of shape. We need this. We need peace because we don't know nothing. And most of the time, what we say we know is just illusion. We need the real knowledge, the knowledge where man and his environment will be one. We live in harmony. And then
Thank you,
from there, like Carolina said, we will learn more and more from our environment when we are in peace. We will learn more and more from universal community. Because they have passed or they have crossed something we never crossed. And from their experience, we will gain knowledge to cross this, to be able to survive. So thank you, everyone. This was what I have to share about my culture. And this is the soul of culture, calling MOBA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. But if you could, Paul, even for a long time coming, you have a very rich, great background. You have been taught a lot through your community, through your culture. But if you could bring it in small pieces and like put it under one topic that people can absorb and that they can take it in what you try to bring, you know, like section per section, if you talk about spirituality or you talk about a journey or about a story which exists, which people can really go and take and touch, that would be very nice. Because we have so much to learn from all you different ways. You brought a very interesting point forward, and that is we will go back where we came from because we will remember, but we couldn't go back because we lost the connection, as you say. We will start remembering when we are ready to take that path back. That knowledge will come back. It will be handed to us. Whatever is presence, we have been there, we've seen it, we smelt it, we tasted, but somewhere we have taken a path, or they have decided for humanity to take a different path. As Mr. Keshe confirmed quite a few times in the last teachings, how do you need to feel sorry, or why do you need to apologize when you didn't even know? So we are on a learning curve which is going up. And the first statements which I was trying to make clear this afternoon was, I am confirming who you are, because I don't know if people know there is a book existing. No, accept first what you have before you want something else. And this is so true. Accept first and look around what you have, who you are, with all your talents, all your specialities, all your niches, all your love, all your care. The word I am means you accept who you are. When you accept yourself in your totality and there is nothing wrong with you, then you start walking the path of improving, changing, and adding. Because that's where the biggest problem with a lot of people said that they don't have the confidence to even accept themselves. And it doesn't matter how you are, what color you are, if you're thick or you're thin or you're tall or you're short or you're whatever. You as a soul are walking a path through this kind of vessel, which is called the human body. But your soul is so much more. So first start accepting who you are, what you are, and how beautiful you are. Then you get a different reflection in the mirror when you look at yourself. When you accept yourself for your beauty. Because your beauty is as equally important as any other beauty. Why is it for man so easy, especially the animal lovers, I call the people which love animals or plants? You know, do you actually know how many times you watch or you look at your dog and you instinctively, when you look at it, you worship him? So you already sent the energy to the animal. You don't even speak. The same thing happens when you look at your children. They're like walking angels. From when they're born, you worship them. you should never stop worshipping, because that's the true expression of your emotion and your physicality and your feelings, and your soul is expressing through your eyes. You adore the child. I'm sorry, Topoli is going to make a mess out of it. Just one moment.
Okay, bear with us. I'm sure Caroline will be back shortly. I see there's a question in the Q&A about can the letter be signed in blue color ink? Emmanuel says he was advised to send the letter with signed with blue ink, signed by the core team, the Universal Council, the Earth Council, and the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. So we'll have to get some clarification on that, I think.
I'm back, Rick, if you need me. Just call me.
Okay, good.
Do you need me?
Well, I just brought up a question that Emmanuel had while you were gone to fill in time here. Well, I thought you were going to continue with your discussion there. Emmanuel said that he's been advised by an ambassador that the peace letter must be signed in blue color by the core team, the Universal Council, the Earth Council, and the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. So should it be signed in blue ink? And is that necessary other than perhaps sending the letter by courier? It might be necessary.
Have they given a reason why? There should be an explanation why. Can somebody find maybe in the background the reason why it should be? That will bring a lot of answers.
Mm-hmm. Okay, maybe somebody can work on that.
Rick, it's funny because here, on the contrary, documents are compulsory to use black ink, not blue ink.
Sorry, where was that again, John?
Here in Argentina, we're obliged to use black ink for documents and not blue ink.
Okay, well, if someone can find out more about the international standards for ink color for signing documents.
Some people use only special UV sensible ink to be sure nobody copies and pastes his signatures, for instance. But I think to put there now signatures, to get it from so many people, to get scanned and put inside, we would lose too much time. Just look how many days we have left till the beginning of August. Is there really time to make it fancier? Is this the most important thing?
I think there was a discussion at one point that one person would sign for all the groups, and that would be as a representative of the groups.
There's
So maybe
always a
that's
good
the solution.
excuse. Yeah. There's always a good excuse to postpone everything.
Well, we just have to do it correctly. It shouldn't be hard to figure out.
We are going ahead correctly. If there is a need, that's why I suggested that you can send them in your own name so they are signed, that they don't receive a non-signed letter. So it's very easy for each member of the council, they can sign on their own name because they are part of the council. If you send this letter, you can sign on the bottom with your own. If it has to be in blue, look in your country what color is acceptable and just write it with the pen of the choice of color they request. There can be no delay. I just wanted to know the reason for it. But even that is not important. You sign, and that will never be a point. The only thing that is that you receive a confirmation they received it. The rest is forget about it. Because they will not refuse a letter because it's in a sign in a different color. The fact is, it's not about refusing, it's about that they have received it. That's the only confirmation we need to know. Because that confirmation says, you received it, sir. You cannot ignore, doesn't matter what ink or not ink or color is on that paper. We will try to respect you and follow the protocol wherever we can. But that's the reason why I said, people, you are entitled to sign with your own name to confirm that this letter exists. So don't be worried. But thank you for bringing our attention to it. Protocol is protocol, and we try to stay within the lines and the respect. It's not that we don't have, but this is not the point. The point is that the letter goes out, they are signed, and we are actually signing as a soul of humanity. So it's irrelevant which signature is at the bottom of it because we are all wishing for it. Anybody has a topic or questions or wants to share something with us?
Caroline, can you hear me?
Yes, my darling, I can hear you.
Okay, good afternoon. I was thinking, why, for example, no, if someone send a letter, no, to any embassy, and then share the address who send it to, and then all of us we send to that letter, and then if another one send another one, share the address, and we all. So we kind of all working together on sending all those letters, and then we are all of us sending to all of them.
We already opened the window for that, Stefania. You missed it.
Yeah, I missed it. Yeah, I missed it. Yeah, I missed a big part of the of the.
I said to you.
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Caroline, we can't hear you. Something happened there.
Rick, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but Caroline cut
Okay.
out. Maybe she cut the microphone off because it's open, but we don't hear her.
Okay.
Okay, now it's closed. I don't know what happened there. Okay. Is there something else you wanted to say, Stefania?
No. If you have already done it, I have to just
Is there
listen.
a problem with communication?
Hello, Caroline?
Yes,
Also,
I don't know what's going on, but I'm getting echoed.
okay. We're into. Yeah, and then another thing that I would like to add, very short, but I don't know if I'm out of the contest. When we connect before to with the thought of our intention to send the peace treaty to the Pope, I really felt a big change. I don't know if you felt the same, and I would like to practice more of that. I think it was really great when I listen each one of the people of each part of the world was really give me a lot of strength, and I felt really united. I mean, it was a really nice feeling. I would like to practice more. Maybe we can also send a letter like this.
I think you missed the thing that is already circulating, that people can go and pick up the information. And of course, sharing will be a great help, as with the address from the Pope. And it will be beautiful. We will share as much as we can, and anyone who has any ideas or also share the connections you have with the groups you're connected to, like with Rudolf Steiner and James Redfield and all the other groups which you're going to start bringing to light. Share their correspondence address with us, please, so we can join in your quest to present it. So when they receive from so many different angles, it will start ringing a bell that this is very important if they have missed the topic on your letter. What do you think? Anybody, any other ideas? Did I kick you out, Rick?
No, I'm here. I just ran out of ideas on that one. I just posted the letter there, so we can have a look at that again. Anybody have any comments on what Caroline was saying?
Rick, did you lose connection, or Vince?
Hello, can you hear me, Caroline? Hello? I don't think she can hear right now. Hello, Caroline? Okay, I'm not sure what happened there. She might be busy on the other end.
Rika,
Hello.
Another that I missed a little bit, because of bad connection. But where are we gonna share all those information? There is a chat open for this, or we use the messenger? Where we share all this information of address and.
There's a site on the forum, the Keshe Foundation forum, which can be accessed from the Keshe Foundation website. I'll put that up on the screen here. Maybe that could be useful. Just give me a minute.
Thank you.
Eric, are you screen sharing?
I am, and I'm about to share the website screen. Can you see anything?
Yes, now I can, because it took a long time to load.
Let's see here, which one do I have?
Unfortunately, I cannot eat this. I cannot eat these noodles, and they're so beautiful made.
Caroline, maybe we should mute while you're eating there. I'm trying to get this site up here. Just give me a minute.
Rick, can you just move that share a little bit? It's one line.
Yeah, I can't find the correct share. I guess it's just a second. I got to remove some windows here. I'm just all clogged up.
Usually, if you just resize it, it pops up.
Not with 8 windows in front. There it is. Okay, there we go.
There we go. Thank you.
Okay, we scroll down a bit. We see the world leaders' response to the World Peace Treaty. And there's the download buttons for the peace letter. Let me just refresh this to make sure it's the latest. Oh, I see that there's no link on the main page, Vince. Is that the way it goes? It's on the KF SSI page for the peace letter.
Peace letters right there.
To go to the forum.
Yeah. But you can scroll down there, and the forum is down. Keep going. Right there.
Yeah, I thought we had a link. We had a direct link in the other one, I guess. It was in the KF SSI.
Yeah, the KF SSI peace dash letter. Yeah, just go to the KF SSI site, Rick, and then you can get to the link from there.
Yeah, I thought I had that set up here. But okay, there we go. So at the KF SSI main site.
Peace letter on the left, on the right. Right there, yeah.
Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted. Okay, so there we have the contact us on the forums. So you can click on that. I'll take you through to the forum that has the topic of response of the world governments to the peace letter of July 19th, 2017. And there's a list started of all the countries of the world. with the leaders and what their response will be.
And there's also the people that have been contacting. I've been adding them to the list as I see them.
Can you go back to the front page? How do they see it from the front page, please? Once you come in.
This is from the peace letter main page from KF SSI.
That's the home page.
No, this will be the home page here, kfssi.org.
Mm-hmm.
You can see the peace page for details.
Okay, that's good.
And then there's instructions. Under instructions, we have that list in the forum. Maybe we should bring that link up more directly, perhaps.
Yeah, more up. If you could highlight it, if you can make it with a big capital letter, or what do you call it?
Right. Maybe it could be on this.
Yeah.
Maybe
Well, I
there
wanted
could be a
it in the
link right
instructions
underneath it.
because it's part of the instructions for them to send it to their leader and then contact us.
Yeah, so, but make it bigger that you can see it. This is like a prescription of the medicine. You can't read it so small. Just make these things big to stand out. Make it bold. Or like the links, these links, contacts, the forum and these things. They all have to be bold that it can be seen.
Maybe we should put the instructions on the right here, right in the main page.
Yeah,
And
maybe.
it's easier to share it if you're going to share it by social media if it's on a separate page.
Okay, but make it highlighted because it cannot be read. These links, the contact and the forum. You've done a very good job. That's fantastic. Thank you very much.
You could just make the font on this part here larger.
Bigger.
It would help a lot.
2 lines lower, all the way down. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay. Anyway, is there any teaching going on, or have I come too late? They finished teaching.
We've had different instructions and teachings from Caroline, and various people have talked about their country and culture, and we've had people state that they are present. And what other things have we done here today?
Well, how is the posting? How are the people posting the message? How does it see? We need a lot of posting to be done to the Vatican. I was there this morning. They want things to be emailed to. The Iranian government is the same position. They need all the ambassadors to receive that they can pass on the message to Tehran, that they can make a momentum directly from each embassy. But the same thing goes with the Israelis. We need a float into Israeli motion that we see what happens. We know there is something happening in the background in respect to Iran in the Middle East. We don't disclose it, but that's something we know is about to happen. But politically, we don't get involved. Peaceful-wise, we are very much involved. And as I said this morning, we have made a direct approach from the Keshe Foundation to the Israeli government for letting or allowing or opening the passage for the Iranian president to be able to enter the Mount Carmel. We know what the answer will be, but as we made it public, we have to see what the Israelis will respond within the next 24 hours. They asked for 24 hours to think about it. Hopefully by tomorrow morning we know we announce it. It's part of the work of the peace, and I've spent today enough time trying to work out things, been to Vatican, been to the Iranian embassy twice, and we have to talk peace in totally different way, and it should be the way we are talking. No one to be blamed, all of us to be gaining a lot from it. What is past, we can't change. Too many men have killed too many men over too many centuries. And it's got to the point that somebody has to say, okay, we done whatever we've done, it's all of us, not one of us. And collectively, during different times, we've done the same thing to each other under different names. That's what I was telling to Italians. And I was telling the same thing to Iranians very recently. That when it was a Persian Empire, they did whatever they liked, and the Romans did the same. Then the Egyptians did the same, and the Greeks did the same, and the British now doing it. And everybody has had a feeling doing as much as they could to what they could to destroy more. And maybe forgiving everything is the best solution to go forward. And not to forget, because I always say the minute you forget, you haven't learned. I always say to my children, do not forget, but forgive, because it's the best way to go forward. Forgiving is an asset, shows a strength, but not forgetting, it means you have learned something from it. It's there that it allowed you to be big enough to forgive. And I think this situation goes with all of us. Whatever continent, whatever we look, we hear is the same story. We heard from the gentleman from South America how the European emptied the cities of the silver. They did themselves in a different way, and everybody else has done. We go from China down to South America, down to South Africa. Every nation has been part of this killing system. And maybe it's time that all of us forget about it. Or at least say, okay, we forget, we forgive, but we don't forget, because we learn from it to become peaceful. This has to be our motto, and it has to be the way we work. And we know in the coming time it's not going to be easy. As I said, we forgive, but we don't forget, to the extent that even we asked Mr. Dirk Lorison today to take side on the peace. We don't care what he does on the other side, what he does with his life, or what he writes about the foundation or whatever. But the peace needs a lot of forgiving, a lot of work, and we have to do it that way. It's part of the process. It's part of maturing, and I think humanity has come to a point to mature. We have all the tools to change. It's the first time science has given hand into the change of humanity. And all of us, in so many ways. One thing I was not going to say for a bit, but maybe if we disclose it today, it comes to a lot of you. Millions of you have listened and learned how to make gases, how to make nanomaterial, how to make liquid gas, and now you've learned how to make the plasma fields. And this is more or less the completion of it, as man learns more how these plasma fields interact and what they create. Now all of you, if you think of it, have become messengers of peace. You all have all the tools to bring the change. Many of you were looking, what can I do? What can I do with everything I made? Whatever you made, whatever you learned to make, now is become a tool for you to become the teachers of the others. So the 100 million plus, which the survey people tell us are regular visitors, listeners to these teachings, and hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people who have made all the gases and the plates and everything else, now you become messengers of peace. And that's what is the beauty of it. It's not a few which come and say what they've done. Many of you have made many things. Now you become the messengers. You become the more or less the bearers of the flag for peace for humanity. 100 million, it'll take you very little to cover 1 billion, and not much more to cover 7 billion. In so many ways, without you knowing, I have made a man of peace and ambassadors of peace from you, each one of you. If you made one single gas, if you understood but you never made it, but you could benefit it by it, or now that you understand you can work through your soul, you don't need the nanomaterials and the rest of it. Now it's time for you to teach the others that they find peace within themselves. As I said, we don't know what is magnetic till you put a magnet to it, till we put a metal to it that it reacts to it by its fields, not by its matter. The physical motion is a physicality, but in fact the interaction of the fields is the true essence of creation. So now all of you, even you've been sitting there and listening about how the soul is, and you've been thinking, if I can move this, if I feel this, if I can change that, you have already become part of the Keshe Foundation organization worldwide, which means all of you now are the teachers of peace. And that's what is beauty about it. Without knowing, as usual, I walked you all into what you were hoping one day somebody will do for you. Now you have to do it for the others. It's very harsh for being a man of peace and not knowing that all the tools are in our hand. But now we know. I have made millions of people to become messengers of peace. And I go back to the writing of Baha'u'llah, blessed his name. He said, the level of understanding of the present day man is equal to of the prophet of the past. So now you understand what Moses did, you can do. What Jesus did, you can do. What Muhammad did, you can do. And it's the knowledge which you have. If you understood Christ could raise the dead, and now you learn about the soul of the man, that you can, by giving to the soul, you can bring the physicality into motion. All of you have the knowledge. Now we come to the full transmutation of elements. Now it's for you as a human race to change the course of humanity in the next 7 days. Don't look to make ganses. Look, the ganses are inside you. And the body of the man, the brain of the man, is the cage of the most powerful source of energy, which is called the soul of the man. If you link up your souls, humanity will walk into peace. Does not need no president to sign peace treaty. And as we said, second on the third, the members of the Earth Council and the members of the Universal Council, one by one, will sign humanity into peace. We have chosen the leaders, and they have chosen themselves to lead humanity into peace. Those of you who are a member of the Universal Council and Earth Council, be prepared on the 2nd and the 3rd to write your nations, which are in the language you accepted, into peace. We have seen how the prime ministers don't have time, but we make time for peace through our work. It's going to be very, very easy. Now, every single person who's learned and listened to these teachings for the past 3 years, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 3 months, and understood the work of the soul of the man, the work of the GANs and the plasma fields, you now are responsible for peace on this planet. It's your duty and it's your obligation. You heard, you've been touched by the knowledge of the universe. It's your responsibility to change humanity. No more, no less. This is my wish, and my wish always is my command. I have walked all of you into becoming men of peace, and I have walked you now with what you heard to become the messengers of peace. The only person who can fail humanity not to become peaceful, for this planet not to become a planet of peace, is you and nobody else. Because you have learned the secret. And if you don't use the secret, we go back to the time of Egyptians. Does not matter what language you speak, it's your duty to teach in the language to your fellow man. I am the creator, and within me sits the creator. And within it is the creation of peace. This is what all is about. Now you understand what I have done. I have made a profit out of every single one of you. Now see how you serve humanity. We send one messenger, now we made millions of messengers. So if it took Moses thousands of years and Jesus thousands of years, couple of thousands of years, and Muhammad maybe 1500, maybe 1000 years to reach something for just about 50% of humanity, if that, then with millions of messengers like you, we should be no job. Within a few weeks, we should be able to bring peace on this planet. But this time, you don't need sticks and carrots. You understand the tool of war this time is the war of heart, to give, to fall in love, and it's to do with you and your heart and the soul and the humanity. I'm not sorry taking you this way, but I took a lot of pleasure seeing how each one of you have become a prophet in your own way. Now let's see how you work, how you send the message, and how you activate the whole humanity and this planet into becoming a peaceful planet. I have to go away. I'll come back in a few minutes. Talk among yourself, you prophet of men, and find a solution for your race.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. Okay, is there anyone that has a particular comment at this point?
You remember my first teaching, Rick? Or one of my first presentations?
I believe so.
I said that we must be very special and that we will serve and show what we carry. We have been shaped and sculptured and guided, and our soul has shown our path. And I said always, when man starts traveling into space, we will be the messengers of emotion, physicality, conversation, memories, history. We will show the path of peace to other creatures, but not in that way as we remember, but to give them an imprint of how physicality is and what it can express, and how it feels to tear a drop of water out of your eyes because you're touched by something so beautiful. Or you use the expression, my heart is bleeding, or my heart is jumping, or my stomach is twisting. Those things.
Or like Stephen in the live stream who says, "Thank you, Caroline. You made me cry earlier when you were talking, and your thoughts are very kind words. And to feel love, it is a strong love." And he says there can't be a dry eye in the house right now. So this is what you mentioned, and it's happening.
I didn't know that.
Well, your words are very powerful, for sure. All of us today, actually.
I didn't see this coming. I didn't even read it. But I know You remember he said we are how did they call it? A nursery of
soul.
Can you still hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
My phone is doing very no, my phone is jumping in front of me, giving me I don't understand, but it's okay. We are a nursery, as he just confirmed, of prophets of peace. But as he's preparing us to travel into other universes and other galaxies, we have to be sure that we are the prophets of the peace, because we will carry that essence, but so much more as coming from this planet as a human. You cannot imagine the impact we will create among the other beings. They will be like a sponge, if we use the man's language, a sponge to absorb what we carry as a beauty, the way we look after our children, the way we cuddle, the way we kiss, the way we save people, the way we prevent accidents, the way we advise, the way we support. There is so much beauty in mankind. And this is the days, and the days are getting shorter and shorter, that we are confirming we are beautiful. And very soon, it will still stay in the back of our head, or in the back of our mind, as we say. Where we came from, these are the gift of tools. Now I'm bringing you back to the boy or the man you remember with his brother who was a bully. Now, all you souls have walked the path of a lot of experience. And I think you have seen all the colors on the rainbow in every shape and form. So you recognize the colors. When they're red, it's alert. When it's green, it's good to go. If it's orange, ooh, you have to wait a little bit. But the rainbow colors carry a lot more. And I think all of us have seen all the shades and different kinds of colors. These are your experiences. These are your gifts. Don't look at them as they are negative. They are so positive. Because when you go out being a messenger,
This is one. Sorry, Caroline. This is
you're
one thing
not only
that
gonna
this is what Cash said. Make the weakness the strength.
use
Your
me.
point of strength.
Me that.
Oh my God.
What just happened?
That was
Sorry,
Stefana
I was
decided to say something. Yeah, you shouldn't interject in the middle of when Caroline is
Sorry.
speaking.
I
It's
cannot hear a word
it's too harsh.
anymore.
Sorry,
Okay.
sorry.
Yeah, and your sound comes through very loud as well. You have to tone down your microphone somehow. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Caroline. Can you speak, Caroline? Are you still there? Oh, I think your microphone's off now, Carolina. Hello?
I think she's just reconnecting, Rick.
Oh, okay. Maybe she just had a connection issue. I heard a peep.
Hello?
Hello? Yes, hi, Caroline. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Hello.
When this happens, I just get kicked out somehow. So my network just needs to reload everything, so it takes time. It's like I'm vanishing from planets. I'm going traveling somewhere. No problem. Our path is, as all of you know, every single soul which is present now has walked the path of the rainbow colors in any shape, any form. Now you're reaching to the point to become complete, because you recognize who you are and you merge with your soul. You're going to start walking the language of your soul. Your soul only wants peace. Your soul is always there in the most beautiful, positive way. So I would like a moment to say thank you as you yourself to your soul, because it brought you exactly where you needed to be. It brought you exactly in the beautiful point where you need to be, because you had to go through this learning process to be able, any door that opens up in front of you, that is not a surprise, that you know how to respond, how to refrain, how to position, how to be polite. If you stay and know the language of the humans, you know the protocols. When you go traveling with your soul and your knowledge as a human into space, you will be able to share and open all your beautiful doors, but in the positive way. And they will be so happy and they will embrace you for the knowledge you carry. That will be your light. That will be the way, the path you will shine. Now, the only adjustment we are getting there is that we're going to travel with that peaceful soul, which will irradiate the knowledge of mankind, which is so respected, because we went through a huge learning curve. That's why already this afternoon I start preparing you to accept I am with all your beautiful attributes. But now you're going to have to show your attributes. And Mr. Keshe just came to confirm to you how to use your attributes. And the first one who came to confirm was Dr. Quota. He said, I got a request from an ambassador or from wherever he sent his letter. Can you explain who you are and what you do? And he wasn't sure that he could confirm who he is and what he carries on knowledge he has learned on his path in the foundation. Of course you can. This is exactly what you're going to need to do. So the sign was already coming up from the beginning and the opening of this afternoon session. You can confirm. That's why I said you are the master of the knowledge. You're the master of the science. You're the master of so many other things. Take the mastership, which you are the most beautiful thing that you can shine in. That your heart shows you the path. You want to be in agriculture, you will be shining like a light. The way I talk about animals is because I worship animals. I always have had animals around me. I will not leave a single animal on the street. I used to come home with street dogs that my mom used to go crazy. But I couldn't leave them on the street. No way. I even brought Beauty home in such a condition that Mehran just said, my God, Caroline. I said, Mehran, I said, if I do not believe 100% in what I create with my ganses and how I apply them, and I know what they can do, if I don't believe in it, then how do you want me to teach it? And that's maybe why Beauty was testing me in so many different levels. I told you she went from one thing to another. And I pulled her out of every single one she put on my plate. I said, no way, girl. I said, you taught me, you showed me with your eyes, take me home. I said, I promised you, you will be loved and you will be cared for and you will be looked after. And I got a lot of wind against it because she was really a risk to come into the house. I kept her separate. I made all the precautions that nobody else could be infected. Because it's a very infectious disease. And it took me a lot of work. But I was there for her because I gave her my word. And then she came up with something else. And then she went to another thing. And I did not give up. No way. Because my belief is what I saw and what I know. And I believe in the knowledge. Because if I would have not been tested by beauty, I would have never had the confidence to work with the cancers again. But I knew they were doing their work. And she walked like a beautiful woman out of my door. So do not hesitate about what you are. Do not hesitate what you carry. But find a niche in what you love to do. Then you will shine. Even when you go traveling beyond this planet, always remember to work with your heart. Your heart is your emotion. Your eyes are your soul. Be proud. And yes, you can confirm who you are. Now you're confirming to the level where you need and you can confirm. Soon, you all will get the confirmation that you truly are what you are and that you stood for what you stood for. The same as I got stood for beauty. Because I was asking myself the same question, beauty, for goodness sake. You can't go any worse. But she came out. She's beautiful. All of you are the same flowers. Now you can shine. Now you can bloom. Now you can let people to smell the nice perfume of your knowledge. And don't forget, when you start traveling, never forget where you came from. You are all gifted, equal. In different niches, in different colors, the rainbow does not carry one color. So all your specialities are sitting in different range, in different forms, in different colors, in different taste, in different whatever. Now you can imagine if we are all coming together as we are doing now in the last few days, what a nice, beautiful soup we have. I warned you, there was a mission for humanity. And I explained it in my teaching. I said, there is a reason. To shine and to share your soul with so many other souls. Can you imagine it any more beautiful? Or do you have any advice to make it even more beautiful? Anybody, any ideas? Your journey has just started. A beautiful journey. Rick, I see something in front of me on the screen. What are those blue letters running? Because I can't read it from here.
The blue, you mean it's the days, hours, minutes, and seconds probably, or what you're seeing for the countdown for the peace blueprint?
Yes. It's a countdown because I could see things moving, but I cannot see. It's blurred on my screen. So, thank you. I'm going to need extra glasses, Rick, very soon.
I think I have to be very careful with this. This is what I say. Everybody
Mr.
looks
Keshe,
beautiful. Yes. Yes, Mrs. Keshe.
please, can you share more about the purpose of mankind as a soul to meet so many other creatures in the universes? What will be their gift? I think it's time they know.
The gift of humanity is understanding of the physicality. We, in a way, when you have souls which are created out of the fields, but they never reach dimension of physicality, they stay as fields, then there are souls of different structure. And then human soul is what it came out of physicality and ends up with its essence in physicality in a given strength and dimension. So the soul of the man fits into part of the jigsaw puzzle of the universe, which means it leads to manifestation of entities. You call them planet, you call them stars, you call them solar systems, you call them whatever, that at a given strength, they manifest themselves. Each entity is very much, universe is not just people who see it as one stars and all the stars are the same. None of them are the same. The structure of the mosaic of the life in the universe is like a flower garden. And it has every kind of flowers in different colors and beauty of it. And you can't have a bouquet of collection of different flowers if so many are missing from it. It's just an empty bouquet. So the life of man, the strength of the matter strength which has been created out of and it leads itself to by soul, is part of this bouquet, is part of the structure. And what I said many times, this planet is a seeding house, is the nursery for the beginning of life in the universe in different dimensions. As I said in the many teachings, what you see as the stars and gap in between them, what you see as gap between the galaxies, there is no gap. There is no gap at all. What is to man a gap is there another universe, another dimensions of galaxies which fill in a different strength between the galaxies. But man's knowledge does not stand it. In so many ways, you know, when you look at the earth from a distance and you see the water, you see the mountains, you see the clouds, you see every facets of the beauty that makes this planet to be as a whole, a blue planet with everything on it. When we stand outside this universe and we look at this universe, it's exactly the same thing. The earth itself is a seeding house that through it other facets of the universe are created that from outside we see the mosaic of the universe. There is no difference with what we see on the earth and what we stand outside this universe and we look. We don't see empty gaps. We see different texture and colors, which gives us a different information of what could be and what it is. So is the earth. So is the life which comes from earth, and then it leads to new cycle of physicality in the dimension of the universal condition, which those souls fulfill this mosaic. When you look at the solar systems, we don't see hollowness in the sun. We see a solid state of the sun as an entity. It's the same thing when we stand outside this universe. We see completion. We don't see holes. And if the man looks at the universe now and he says we just see galaxies in gap, there's so many distance, millions of light years between one galaxy and another galaxy. Is exactly, you tell me you stand outside the earth, or you stand from outside on the moon looking at the earth, you see holes in the earth. It's not. It is solid. It's built to be. It looks as a fool. And the souls are needed for the regeneration and condition of the keeping the whole structure together. We, let's for example say that we see volcanic mountains, we see volcanoes, and then we see marbles, we see diamonds, we see different kind of jewelry coming out of it. The soul of the man are those diamonds, which make the whole collection beautiful. But we need these souls to be able to make the full mosaic, that when you look from outside, you don't see hollowness. And as the cycle of the life changes continuously, as I said, it's like a bouquet. We have to replenish the flowers that the garden looks beautiful. This happens to the soul of the man. Each soul becomes a flower in the garden of the universe. And this is for man to understand. Man up to now never understood. But in a way, the way we see out of eruption, we see diamonds. Out of one seed we make flowers, garden. Out of one essence we make another. This is the essence of the creation of the man. This planet is a seedling for creation of the, what we call like a rose gardens. And then it shows its beauty. I explained this in myself in many ways. When I traveled for the first times over Holland, around April, May, you see the most amazing, colorful creation on this planet. You fly over Amsterdam, Rotterdam, and you don't see anything but maybe 5 or 10 colors. And these colors are made totally and absolutely out of nothing but tulips. Dutch grow hundreds of millions of tulips in raw, which they fill from upstairs. When you're coming down, is rows of yellow, red, every other color they could make the tulips. Without them, you don't see the totality, but with them you see the beauty of the nation, the beauty of the planet, the beauty of what you pass when you go over Holland at that time. I used to take trips just to watch this show. It lasts for about 2-3 weeks maximum if it does. But it makes a huge, huge impression when you pass over it. If you have traveled across France in late summer, when the flowers of the seeds come out, purple, bluish color, and you see nothing but beauty of the planet. These seeds came from somewhere that led for these hectares of land to become all the same. If you go back to it, most probably all these seeds come from one mother, one starting seed. And this is the essence of creation on this planet. We start with one, and then we take these seeds and with flower we make the platform on the universe for it. When you pass, you say here, this is the sea, or this is the Caspian Sea, this is the Black Sea, this is the mountains. In the universe, when we see, we say these come from the planet Earth. These are the beautiful souls which make this mosaic of the colors. Man one day will understand when he goes outside this dimension of this universe, which part belongs to humanity. It's very much what I explained to you when you go over the Mount Carmel. Everybody just looks at this beautiful building, landscape, but underneath each nation has part into it to make it that color. But the beauty of it is, when you go to Mount Carmel, when you walk in these gardens, I have walked in this garden in 2004. Sorry, in 2000, 9th of February 2000, when I was in Haifa. Palestinians are making these flowers. There are some Jews who are looking after it. These gardens are not kept by Baha'is. It's kept by Arabs, by Palestinians, by Jewish workers. They don't ask each other, but the land belongs to the whole of humanity. The beauty of it is very strange. If you speak to any Jew, any Palestinian, who lives even as far as Tel Aviv, they all go to the gardens to have a beautiful picture of their wedding. They go to take pictures. They don't mind who owns it. They don't mind if there's a Jew standing next to them while the Palestinians are taking pictures for their wedding. This is what we don't see. And in so many ways, without the Palestinians, without the Jews, the Mount Carmel, the way we see it, doesn't exist. Very few people come around the world to keep these gardens, but in essence it's kept by the natives. We see this beauty started with the thought of a man, and now it's about to become what we see. And when we stand outside this planet and we look, we say this is, let's say, the beautiful flower beds of the Holland. We say this part, these things come from Earth. These beautiful, what we see a structure of. This is where the soul of the man's come in. We are part of the structure of the beauty of the universe. I cannot explain it any other way. And then these beautiful seeds reflects the beauty of the planet, beauty of the creation. And as we see the millions of different flowers, and now gather the universe, scale it up, is so big that it needs everything to cover its beauty. It's not hollow. Anybody tells you there is 1,000,000 years of light between the other one and there is nothing on it, it shows the lack of understanding of the truth. Everything in this universe has an existence, and in gap space is another life which we are not aware of, we don't see it in our eyes. But when you stand outside it, the totality makes a beautiful thing. One cell on the skin of your toe does not make the man, but when you put all the cells together, it makes a beautiful creature. And it's the same, it's no different. And this is the purpose of the man. That cell of the toe, that hair on the head, the totality leads to the creation of what you call egg and sperm, that then it can become life, that it creates another soul. Without the toe, man cannot walk to find a lover to create another soul. And with it, because it's of a strength, it finds its position in that place. You remember magnets, we say the two strength magnets, they block each other. Once the soul of the man is created on this planet, which is the seed source, Then, in completion and the freedom of the soul of the man, it carries the gravitational magnetic field of this earth as its fingerprint. He gets attracted to where the soul of the man creates the mosaic of the universe, on this universe in respect to the others. But the beauty of it is, once they shine, their fields, when you stand on the moon and look at this earth and you see this blue planet, it's not that it's just there, because it has reflected its beauty out. So part of the energy of what you see as a water and a mountain is absorbed by the sun too, by the moon too, and by the universe. So then you understand the soul of the man, the radiation, what it creates out of the soul of the man, now radiates into the unicos. And then it gets absorbed by the other universes. This is the truth. And then you understand, if this universe is one cell on the toe of the creator, now you can imagine that beautiful flower bed which you saw on the platform of the Holland. Now it's on the platform of this universe. It becomes part of the beauty of the creator as its totality. I'm made man in the image of myself. Now you understand the purpose of the creation of human race. The condition of evolution of the universe leads to the creation of the planet. And when it does, then its existence evolves into totality of the universe. I have to make a call. I'll come back again if you're still here.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Keshe. Caroline, would you like to say something now, or wait for Mr.
How
Keshe?
long are we going, Rick? Because I have no. I said, how long are we going to go? Because I have no concept of time.
Yeah, that's an issue. We're about a half hour over what we would normally end at now. But we just had the offer from Mr. Keshe that he might come back shortly after his call as well. So maybe we want to wait for that.
Yes, no problem.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone who wants to say something or add something? Now you know how beautiful you are. You're beautiful in the beauty of the creation. Now you know how much you're going to have to confirm in front of that mirror how beautiful you are. A lot of people have problems with that. Why? You can find at least 100, 200, 300, 1,000 beautiful things inside you. You just need to confirm them. Your eyes are beautiful. Your voice might be beautiful. Your hair might be beautiful. Your skin might be beautiful. Your heart, your feelings, your intentions. Start with what you really know is beautiful about yourself and start accepting that you're beautiful. That will make you a more beautiful person. And at the same time, when you confirm your own beauty, you will shine beautiful. That's the secret. As I explained in other teachings, and even Mr. Keshe brought it quite a few times forward, When I explained and he explained about the little girl who wanted to play the harp, at her age she couldn't reach. A harp is a huge instrument. She adjusted her physicality to be able to play that harp, and she still is playing the harp, and she plays beautiful. That's how you adjust for what you want and what you confirm that you can do. So now you have, and you can imagine how you can change your physicality by you creating your own new beautiful being, that you have the power to adjust to your beauty, and that you even can accelerate your beauty, empower your beauty, and shine like a beauty. Just stand in the front of the mirror and look for your beauty. As I said before, accept what you have before you want something else which you don't have yet. That's when you will realize how rich you are, and that everything is already within you and with you, and that you're all gifted beyond you can even imagine. Now you need to find your reflection. If you didn't trust it from other people, you can trust yourself. And then you will find a confirmation in other people once you accept how beautiful you are. Any questions?
There is a comment from Juan in the chat who says, in this moment, it is important to remember the ancient knowledge. This knowledge is the same that the Keshe Foundation teaching, the knowledge of the soul of the man. The grandfathers and the grandmothers of heart have been forgotten for the nations and the domination power. It is our responsibility to take this knowledge and give them give that. The United Nation of Spirit gives a website. The 13 Grandmother Council gives another website. And the International Peace Flag Committee. They are just a few examples of the empowerment of the real representatives of the earth. We need to call all these leaders to sing peace. We need to recognize and empower them to recognize the teachings of the natives, as Bolivia and Ecuador did with the Sumac Kwase or Summa Quamana in the constitutions. Okay, that was from Juan.
That's what and why that letter was drafted, inviting the universal councils, because they have brought it, as Mr. Keshe confirmed. They've been here, they delivered it, and they've been here again and they deliver it. He can even give you the time, approximately when they were here. But the tools were not available, or the conditions, or it was a maturity process we all had to go through. Now it's here again. Be ready when those gates open up again. You will, as Paul brought forward, you will reconnect You will remember. I think the veil is there until you're truly there on the path of peace and you are a peaceful person. I think a lot of people can already confirm that process. When they have reached that maturity of being peaceful, they have found themselves on paths which are opening up to wisdom and knowledge. And slowly this process is growing on every single one of you in its different form. Reconnecting is an opening of the doors. They have passed it down to
Hello. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Keshe. Can you hear us?
Yes, I think we lost Mrs. Keshe.
Just at the point where you came on there.
No, I've been
so
around.
many
I've been
generations
listening.
Oh,
protected
okay.
back.
Okay.
Paul was one of them.
Hello, hello, Caroline.
Hi, Caroline. We lost you. She disappeared again. Okay, till she comes back, are there any questions?
I'm back. I just got kicked out, as usual.
That's normal. Are there any questions while I'm here? I'm trying to, at the moment Saria disappear, come and go. I'm trying to negotiate with a couple of governments for the peace meeting. So I have to jump in and see when there are people responsible, available, or what we can sort out. It's not just I come and go, it's just a lot of work is getting done in the background. We're cajoling, as I say, with governments, and it's not easy. Trying to bring some orders, as I'll be traveling tomorrow again for another step of this process. I'll spend my time in the next couple of weeks in so many different ways, trying to make peace, and in so many ways, with different governments, with different nations. Plan to meet a couple of heads of nations in the next 2 weeks, and if we can get them to agree with us to walk the way we walk, then we start the process. I hopefully expect to be in Tehran in a very short time. Within the next short time, and if we can get the Iranian governments to support the motion, our move is such a thing, as I explained earlier on. We see a lot of resistance from Islamic world to walk into Jerusalem. They see it as their state, and they see it as unjust the way it is. But we have to compromise till we find a final result. One of the compromises we are negotiating on is on the basis that walking the peace is hard for everyone. We are aware of a lot of diplomatic move in the background in the Middle East, headed by Israel to start a war. Clearly start a war against Iran. What we are offering is a very simple process. We offer the Islamic world a meeting in Tehran. The reason we chose Tehran is very simple, and I have chosen the place in a very selfish way. If you can target on the map of Tehran and go to the north of Tehran, now at that time when I was born, when I was raised in this part, we were kilometers out of the center of Tehran. I was raised in a villa in north of Tehran, and that part of the Tehran was adjacent to one of the biggest military bases. By growth of Tehran, the military base became part of this, more or less the center of Tehran. They emptied this zone to develop the Chinese embassy in Tehran. It was supposed to be gifted to the Chinese government. In the process, from the time when the lands were bought by the government for the embassy to be built, the Iranian Revolution happened. In this process, during the revolution, because this such a huge land was in the hand of the nation, it's huge, it's like 2-3 kilometers by 2 or 3-4 kilometers, right in the center of Tehran. They decided during the Ayatollah Khamenei's regime to make like not a museum, but a center that all the biggest functions, religious functions are kept or are held. This land on it, in one part, which the biggest, what you call chamber, where the actual prayers are said, the center of it sits on the place where I used to live, where I used to sleep. And I said to my negotiation with the Iranians is very simple. I invite the Islamic world to my house because that's where I was brought up. That's where I lived. It's a beautiful structure they built on it. And when I was in Tehran 8 years ago, I was allowed one day to go out, and I asked I want to go and see where I used to live. And we could spot it literally to the middle of this dome structure is where I used to live. And I said, so it's a good place, at least the man who started the peace, people come to the house of peace. And this is what we are negotiating at the moment. And it'll be kept. It's a beautiful place. They built a gorgeous place on it. And so in many ways, I was telling Caroline, my place has already been domed. I have many good memories from the place. But now is under the dome of the biggest part where people come to pray. And we are negotiating. If the Islamic world has objection, we can sign on second in one place and on the third in the other. Where we compromise, but at least we reach peace till everything is done in one place. Peace doesn't need big-headedness, it needs a lot of negotiation, a lot of understanding, compromising bit by bit, that when it becomes normal, you go to the next point of compromise. As I said, I spend time through the soul of these diplomats and their physicality either way. And it's very, very strange. When I went to Vatican today, it was a very strange feeling. Extremely strange feeling. Is that the place is absolutely, it's more or less when I walked out of the circle of the columns of the Vatican, it felt like very strange. Have you heard of the name called Dead Man Walking? The priests there have no aim. It's just a commercial unit, like a commercial unit. There has no faith in it. There has nothing in it. And when I spoke with the priests, it's amazing. They are there monitoring how money is made. That's all they do. And it's not a religion anymore. Religion means believing in unity, in love and care. This is only one thing is loved, and that's money. I don't call it the house of God. I call it the house of money, the house of what the Chinese call it, piazza. And in Farsi, piaz is onions, which brings tears to your eyes when you peel it. And that's what it does. It's a very strange place, has no soul. I went to take some pictures for you as I promised, but it's so horrible that my camera didn't want to work. I left it with the driver. It's so horrible if you walk around Vatican. Misery, beyond misery. If you are Italians, when you pass there, pick some pictures up and post it. The true shape of Vatican. Do you know when you stand and they show this huge building and the Pope walks from the back to the front, the big needle? They show you the big building. Just turn around 180 degrees, look down the road towards Michelangelo building. As you look down San Michelangelo Road, within 10 meters from the circle of Vatican, you see homeless sitting in cardboard boxes, in open. No camera ever shows this. And the Pope stands there, addresses these people every Sunday, and he sees them. This morning, one of the security people at the high level said to me, Mehran, what you've taken with the Israelis, they're going to kill you. I said, it'll be a nice way to die. And the same thing is with Vatican. Nobody likes this move we are making. But the boldness of it is the success of it. I tell you, I'm negotiating with the Iranians. I tell you, I negotiate with the Israelis. I negotiate with the Chinese. I already met the Americans. I'll most probably meet them again in the next few days. And I do the running in different way. You do the running different way. And somewhere down the line, this peace will come through. Peace needs a lot of flexibility. Needs a lot of understanding. Needs a lot of closing eyes till it gets so bad that you open your eyes and says, I don't want to see the badness. Everything should look good. This negotiation with peace is going to be horrible. It's going to last at least 3 to 5 years. At least 3 to 5 years if we are very, very lucky. You got to understand, governments have to take everything back to the parliament. Then we have to get every member of parliament to look at how it is and what the shame is to them. It's not going to be easy. If any of you thought the one will go, the only way it's going to happen that way is the whole of Keshe Foundation, the supporters and the ones you bring in, give from their souls. As I said, fall in love with peace so much that it hurts. That with it, it comes the radiation of love to humanity. If within the next few weeks, few days, we desire the peace so much that it becomes our wish, that it takes from our soul, it takes from our physicality and it gives to the others, we will achieve it. As I said, those who don't understand, you remember when you fell in love? It hurts to be away from your lover, and there is no pins and no needles. If within the next few days and weeks you fall in with peace so much that you really understand what it means, what it can bring, what joys it bring to humanity, what will change on this planet, that with it we can open up the doors of the universe, then you understand something very simple. It will happen. You remember I draw you a line and I said, this is the proton and in the center of it, and this is the neutron and it's in the center of it, and this is the electron and in the center of it. When the neutron, the center of it, separates, becomes much stronger entity, and it becomes electron. This is what should happen to the soul of the man on this planet. If we fall in love with peace so much that it hurts for it not to have it, then we change the rest, and the whole thing will move. The soul of those who desire peace will encircle and collect the ones who don't, and with it will bring it back, and they will become one. I've done this many times in the universe. For me, it's not the first time, but every time it's the same process, but never been so hard as this planet. You human race are horrible people when it comes with stubbornness to fight and kill each other. And then you fear how it can be stopped because you've done it yourselves. I've said many times, ashamed to be the body of the man, because this body does nothing but carry but pain and killing and pain and suffering. I don't know why so much suffering. If you don't do it to yourself, you do it to the others, and if you don't do it to others, they do it to you. And then you suffer again and you start the whole thing again. How we got it wrong on this planet, I do not know, but in a way going so wrong, we're learning a lot how not to allow it to happen again. Peace can be done. It's very easy. As I said, it's the easiest way in next 2 weeks. If millions of you who listen desire the peace so badly that falling in love with it, that it brings and changes everything for our children, for our grandchildren, for everybody else, and plus everything else from the dog to the fish, it'll be done, because that's the time when you radiate, when you give, and then you illuminate. You illumine the whole planet. This is not a talk because I had doubts in so many ways that we get the confirmation and condition in what we wanted, that we will open the door now that we've taken this effort into universal community that brings so much knowledge to the man. The beauty of what we are trying to do is not that we get ourselves to peace, but the knowledge which mankind will get, will receive from this reunion is beyond imagination. You cannot even imagine the elevation of the soul. And when the soul itself elevates, you have to watch that one. Those who see the marriage of the souls, and then from it the creation of the soul out of the soul. This is what I call, in a very simple way I explained to you, you put a GANs and out of GANs make a new GANs. No material condition but out of plasma. Now that you have learned about the field plasmas, you have to watch the beauty of creation. When the field plasmas make the new generation of the field plasmas. When it happens, the universe rejoices. You cannot understand. I hope some do, but I've been through it, and it's the most beautiful thing when it happens. It's like you wait 7 years for one plant to give the one flower. We wait for billions of years for this process to happen. As I said before, hello friends, where have you been? It's a long time I've been waiting for. We can't lose. Mankind cannot lose. There is no way. And if you're looking for the letters, souls don't carry any paper. If you are trying to reach the President's soul, you have to understand the love of peace in your soul that you can reach their soul. Souls don't have any papers and don't have no pens and they don't work with computers. You write these letters is for the physical eye of those who have lost their soul. But through your soul, if you fall in love with the peace, you touch their soul. And then their physicality follows. Just remember one thing. Have you ever fallen in love without you knowing in one instance with a click of a finger? You never planned it, but it happened there and that was it. And it changes your life. I'm sure most of us have experienced it. And we remember it. And we rejoice it and we enjoy it and we celebrate it. And many times deep inside ourselves, we go back to that moment. That second, where we felt we want to give so much and we didn't care if we receive or not. Now, this is a moment of peace. I've said many, many times, I remember the moment I lay eyes on Caroline, where I fell in love with her. 20 odd years down the line, every time I see her, it's exactly the same. And I keep on telling her, I don't know what you've done to me, but it hasn't changed. The beauty of it is still the same. The feeling of it is the same, and it's more of it. You remember a beautiful time in your life. I remember the birth of my first child. I fell in love with this being the second I lay my eyes on it. I remember every moment in my life when I fell in love with something. Because it's a time when I could give, and from it I received so much. And now I've fallen in love with peace, and I give my life, and I can taste it. I can see the pleasure of it. I don't need to write. I walk and I carry the peace with me. And this is what it should be. You're writing so many letters and waiting for response. Fall up in peace with your nation, with the language you speak, and your presidents will walk. You don't understand, tomorrow morning they go and look for it. How many of you have told me, I don't know, I was looking for something else and the screen came on the Keshe Foundation. And that was it. I could not stop. This is what it should be. I watch you writing all these papers. I watch you doing all these things. I guide you to do it because it's the level you understand. But those of you who understood the true meaning of elevation of the soul, that it leads to the emotional and physicality response, work on the soul of the leaders and they just walk. And one thing is, work on the soul of the humanity. Man will walk within 7 days. Fall in love in peace and with peace. If there is true followers of Keshe Foundation and those understood the true teaching, we don't need any of these writings. A word is too small, the other one should be there, it shouldn't be territory, it should be land. If you understood the motion of the thought of a man gives him a cancer, and the thought of the motion of the man makes him to fall in love and gives his life for it, then you understand there is no pen written anything any of these two down. And body did not read it. It's the soul which felt it, and this is how it should be. And this is what I said last week. Fall in love with peace. That he hurt so much that through that hurt, because when he hurt, it means you receive to give, because you're receiving so much and you cannot give so much, and this is where the pain comes. And that giving so much more to get rid of the pain elevates the soul of the others, which receive what you give. At the strength you give, which is the peace and love. I wish only one of you could understand. Then the mankind will change. If I do it, it becomes magic, and this time there will be no magic. Any questions? I've been talking to myself.
No. This is one comment from Ivan. He would like to get together for tea with Mr. Trump, Mr. Putin, and Mr. Keshe.
They lose.
He's wondering what kind of tea you like.
Oh, I like all kind of teas. The teas is just what it is to be. The beauty of it is that people are all normal people.
They asked Putin what the most important thing in life for him was, and he said love.
Jasmine tea.
Yes, exactly. Don't explain that one, please. Thank you very much, sister. There is a story about the jasmine tea. We tell you one day. Any questions or anything that we can learn from each other? You see, this time we don't work on the emotion and trying to create mass hysteria. We try to explain the reason and the principle and science behind it. This is where the difference is. This is where, when you understand, I always say to my children, when you understand, you don't need to remember, because if anything happens, you understood it, you don't remember it, because you understood it, you can carry out one way or another. I've created mayhem in Queen Mary College in past 2 weeks. The mayhem is that they have come to understand they're important. And they're so important that a minister has used it in his talk. So they're all trying to put something together to show to this minister that you have spoken from wrong end, darling. And it's very amazing what's going to come out of Queen Mary College in respect to what the minister has said. And it's amazing how they work. They're all working around it, trying to find a way, the best way to do it. And after 2 weeks, they just came to a conclusion, understanding this afternoon how we're going to do it. And they said, the best thing is the archive. So we are releasing the archives, everything to show there is a nuclear engineering department, has been there, and the university is proud of it. It's very strange.
That's very interesting, Mr. Keshe. I kind of figured something like that had to happen because they had really put their foot in it with that one.
Yeah, but the thing is, the strange of it is, so it's very strange because I speak to these people. You got to understand, Queen Mary is very proud of the Keshe Foundation. The people who work in there, they realized is one of their sons who has brought such a technology, and the university is very proud. The people on the top, that is shocking them inside that such a technology has come from one of their students. They, they look for icon, they're looking for something, and now that the physics has been rewritten and they see it, and it comes from a student from university, this is bringing a lot of things inside, and they don't know how to publish it outside. That Keshe Foundation, the basis, the work of it, comes from the university and has such a followers. And in the next few weeks, university will go into understanding how to bring, or at least understand or bring to the students in a way or another that such a technology has come from one of the students of the university. They would have never known if that guy would have talked rubbish, and that guy wouldn't have talked rubbish if Dirk and his team wouldn't have kept on calling and writing the rubbish. Now is becoming the jewel in the crown of the university as one of the jewels. Queen Mary's got a long history of top scientists, and now it's woken up because I had to call. I want the name. I want to call university to confirm. They said why? I said this is what's happened. So I had to give the whole story. Now everybody is looking at it. At the top level, everybody started looking and they're proud. This has come from here. One said, why did we close our nuclear science department if we could create such a scientist? I said, you'd go and ask Professor Leslie and the rest of you. The top guys in the university have woken up. They've been through the site. They've been, because they asked, where can we send an email? I said, the Spaceship, what do you call it, Keshe Foundation, Spaceship Institute, and KF SSI. They are very proud. How they're going to come up with it, we'll see in the next few weeks. And it all came because one guy talked rubbish and one guy talked rubbish together, guy talking rubbish, so a lot of rubbish has come to a lot of proud in the university in London. Thank you very much, all of you who wrote so much rubbish. It's been a pleasure for me talking to my guys in the university past 2 weeks, trying to get them to do a letter, public open letter, that the university has a nuclear, is shut down because we stopped the nuclear technology in England, and Mr. Keshe is a graduate from the university. They've asked me, would you like, if you organize a lecture, would you come and give a lecture at the university? We'll see. Thank you very much, Mr. Lawrence. You gave a lot of proud to one of the top universities in the world. They didn't know I existed, now they do. Any other question?
There is one thing that's come up in the live stream from Mark, who says, some will insist that bringing down all weapons of war will leave humanity defenseless against any enemies who are aggressors.
Why do we have enemies? We have no enemies. We are enemy of our own. This is the logic of those who sell arms.
Yes, that's the NATO philosophy, actually, and that's why they wouldn't sign on to the 121 nations that agreed to a nuclear disarmament recently.
Yeah, but you have to look one thing. 29 nations have no army and they're peaceful between each other. 29 nations of EU have hardly any arms compared to 10, 20 years ago. They sell it, but they don't keep it. When you go to these fairs, they have a lot of samples, but they don't keep any of it themselves.
And will we not have, or have already, defensive mechanisms to prevent the so-called violent oppressors from doing their will?
The thing is, we will get for a time being, for maybe time, for some times, those individuals who see the change, the time of change, time of no arms, time of peace, as a position to exert their own superiority or leadership. But you got to understand, because we carry such a peaceful emotion, they will change. In a space, there is no way we can become slaves, because the knowledge which I've taught and the man understand, in time will understand more of, has made man one of the most powerful beings. I keep on repeating, I teach the man to enter universal community on equal, not subordinate. And I've taught a lot. If you listen to more or less all the teachings of past 3-4 years, plus the one before, I have taught a lot. Literally everything you need to know to survive in space and be equal. Once the foundation opens up internationally, you will see what it means. Because then world scientists will open up to it. I announced something very clearly, very, very soon. It's going to shock the Western world. It's going to shock the Western world beyond their understanding. It'll shock many of you in the Keshe Foundation. But be prepared for it when we announce it.
Alex says he's just signed up another 2 world peace treaties. He says we now have over 50 posted on my peace wall, and some have signed
Is that
on behalf.
Alex from Nigeria?
No, that's Alex from Canada, actually.
Has anybody seen Alex from Nigeria in the past few days?
I thought I heard his voice earlier today come on briefly when he was saying, I am present, but maybe it was someone else.
Are you present, Alex?
No,
Pardon?
it was Alex. It was Alex. It was him. He confirmed, I am present.
Alex, you're a wanted man. I'm looking for you. Can you get in touch? If you listen, we need to speak with you. The Earth Council needs you urgent. You are a member of the African continent, and we can't stand. One of our legs is not there.
I can communicate with him through Messenger. He picks it up very fast there.
Oh, we're trying everywhere to communicate. He's in the bushland. It's very hard to get lines. If he finds lines, we would like to speak with you, Alex. That's the easiest way. I can put in stuff, writing messages in different places for you to pick up in a few days. He literally lives in the bushland. He's gone to serve Africa beyond imagination. I love his soul. I call him the Mandela of Africa. He's the Mandela of humanity. Try to understand the strength of the knowledge and the strength of what you've been told. What you've been taught is so much that never makes human subordinate, and there is no way man will ever come to any harm. Impossibilities. If you apply what I have taught in past, especially past even 2 weeks, there is no way, under no circumstances that man can lose. Ever. For man ever to become subordinate, no way. For man ever to become not equal to any other entity. I have taught you to become, and in time when my teaching understood, as you come to face higher powers, you'll find out I have given you enough knowledge to stand that power. But the beauty of it is, because you have heard my voice, I have already touched your soul. The knowledge will come automatically to you at the point of need. I have used, and I've said many times in a hidden way, that when I speak the voice, my soul reaches the whole of the universe. I have already reached your souls, and when it comes to it, you understand equal to the others, and the information will come forward in what you have to, and you'll be puzzled. And then when you check, he said, but how did we do it? Because I already passed the information to the soul. One day you understand my voice is nothing but the vibration of the soul of the universe, and it touches your souls. On the other hand, your physicality is too slow, it takes time. I was explaining this some times ago. I said, you know, when I teach and then it takes time to show itself, it's like when a father gets hurt by a child, and then the emotion of it going through this emotion and the physicality 7 to 10 years later manifests itself as a cancer. Now mine is a cancer of peace, and it's touched the soul. Now it's got to go through its physical part to show itself, and it shows itself very soon. The Jewish state is shivering to its knees at the moment. It's the same with the Islamic world. When I walked through the beams in Vatican today, something strange was happening. I said, I can feel everything tumbling down. By the way, I've been asked by those who arrange our things, do not promote my visit to Iran, and do not promote my visit to China. We've been asked, and we pass it on to you. We tell you we are there, but we will not promote it. But if you want to be there, you're quite welcome. I'll be visiting Iran the 2nd and 3rd week of September, and in China we'll announce in due course. Any other questions?
There is one thing that's come up a couple of times, and me see if I can find it. There it is. Regarding the idea of, for example, let me see, the grandfathers and grandmothers, it's called, of the nations, the native peoples of the world and so on, have their organizations. There's the 13 Grandmother Council, the International Peace Flag Committee.
Approach all of these. Approach them and say, we need your help. You were wishing, we are doing it. Actually, in so many ways, if you are very clever, instead of writing to one person, write to these groups and show them. Says, this is what it is. Bring them in.
Perhaps they can sign as a group to sign a peace treaty as a...
Yeah, I'll be very interested. I know what is going to be. When I was talking this morning about it, I know I nailed the coffin in the whole commotion of the Israeli government. One of the reasons we are not getting a response from the Universal House of Justice, because they are not getting any response from the Israeli government. And now we have taken the cats amongst the pigeons inside the Tel Aviv, inside the Prime Minister. Your Excellency, the Honorable Prime Minister of Israel, Mr. Netanyahu, please open the doors for all the leaders to be equal to enter Haifa. And if you are a correct man, which we think you are, use our invitation as yours to invite them in. Sending delegations to Dubai to start a new war and planning more harms is fruitless. It's very strange. Israelis go anywhere to create war. Why don't Israelis go everywhere to create peace? And they understand they make more money out of it. And they become more powerful because of it. Dubai meeting in the past few days in respect to Iran with the Islamic world will not bear fruit. I hope our agents of Mossad can pass the message on. Everybody knows. We invite everybody to peace, and this has to be the policy of the human race. Any other question? Is that you need to know scientifically how to do the peace. I hear a lot of things. I speak a lot of different ways. But get on the line, bring everybody in. Anybody, just tell them this is it. The first rejection has come. They found the first warmonger. The people who should be more at peace than anybody else, which is the Australians. They're on the island floating in the middle of nowhere, and there is nobody to touch them. And they still need, they don't have time. I always thought the Australians will be the first one will run for the peace. But I am puzzled by it. I don't puzzle by it, but in a way, the men are too busy killing that they don't have time for peacing. It'll change, we'll see. That number one is hurting very badly in Australia. Write to all the ambassadors, please read. Give them the link, warmongers. They will tell their ministers and their prime minister, we've been marked as a warmonger. Get a picture of it and the warmongers, Australians, and send it to them.
And is it correct? It's a peaceful country? Did you hear me?
Any Australians want to tell us? Do we have any Aussies in the background? Or is it sleep time for them?
At least I never heard them being in a conflict as Australians.
They've been used a lot in different conflicts by the British Army because they are part of the, what do you call it, British monarchy.
Commonwealth.
No, that is for the ones who have nothing in common, only the wealth to the Queen. The only common thing is there. You read them, I mean, just spell the name, Commonwealth. It means all your wealth belongs to me because he has a head of Commonwealth. The head owns everything. You know what they say in the British monarchy? Queen never carries any money in her pocket because she owns everything. The nation has to give everything free to her because she's the owner of the nation. She doesn't go to a shop shopping and pay for it. It's given to because they are their subjects. If he doesn't, the Queen speaks as my subjects. Very sensitive touch.
Mr. Keshe, I have a question.
Who's speaking?
This is Lynn Schmaltz in Montana, USA.
Yes.
Well, my question is, we're always trying to measure the effect of GANs or the energy fields of the liquid plasma water. I would like to ask, how long do the fields of intention last?
A lifetime.
Yes, thank you. Because that ties in what you're trying to have all of us do, and that's putting our intention to peace. And that isn't something that just happens today and it's gone. It will keep on.
I tell you something, thank you very much to bringing this out. I've touched on this before, but maybe I'll be a bit more bolder with it. There's scientific data that says if something lasts more than 25 years in the body of the man, it becomes part of his DNA and RNA. If the wish and the peace has been, or is our wish, it becomes part of RNA. It's part of us. It's the reality. So when we make a wish for peace, we touch our RNA, we embed the energy in the energy carrier, not in a physical carrier, which then this becomes part of our DNA or physical structure to become peaceful. This is what has not been understood when I explain this very easily. When the RNA of the man is a recording box of the history of mankind from the beginning, without dimension of physicality. Its existence in parallel is like a soul. DNA becomes its physicality. You can't have an RNA without the DNA, the recording. And RNA is the soul of the existence of the matter states, where in fact it shows itself in the physical dimensions, DNA. That's why they're exactly similar to each other. So when you wish peace through the elevation of the soul, which is totally in a field level, you change the RNA, which with it itself will change the DNA. It will take a couple of generations if the man lives. That is, if the man lives a generation or within days of receiving the elevation, that his physicality will change. Because this is what we are asking, and this is what I keep on saying, but somehow I have to explain it for it to be understood, where I assume is understood. When you touch, when you wish peace, and when it's desired for you to direct it to a man, a president, an ambassador, you touch the RNA, the soul, the structure which leads to the creation of physicality. And then that physicality changes. Many ways, many times in a hidden way, I've explained. Look at the Pakistanis and the Indians. Two brothers separated, one became Muslim and one stood with the Hindu belief. And then you bring the cousins of them together, you see the feature has changed. The anger, the aggression, the fear of living has made Muslims such a aggressive face. You know, when they put a sword on their head and they said you have to say one word, otherwise we behead you. The fear has gone through the RNA to the rest of those who become and their generation. When I was in Canada, when every day they told me, we're going to put a bullet in your head. The guy was so direct, we send you where you don't come back, you're going to be killed, we're going to shoot you. My resilience in standing and looking at them put more fear in them in what they did to me than I did to them. The biggest fear for the Jewish community is, and they are scared to touch me. They planned so many times to kill me, but they're scared to touch. I'm a Kohen. They cannot touch the blood of Moses. They know the penalty for it this time. But this time we don't talk what's going to happen. When they put a fear in them, when they put in an understanding of becoming a Muslim, that information has touched the RNA, and that face is produced a physicality of aggression, fear. If you live in Italy, you see the faces of women are very depressed. Because if you understand the culture, the way they live, you see the hunger has caused They have one coffee in the morning, and the body goes through painful that this is it, this is what we're gonna have till they have a lunch. Their face is shrunk. It's totally, you see pain in it if you look deep enough. Hunger. And it's now become part of the emotion of the physicality through the RNA. RNA is where it receives most of your emotion. So if you wish peace, you go on the level of the energy of the higher order, because you release giving part, which means you leave of the higher order of the giving part, which is of the magnetical, then you find the openness, because it opens the energy. And you find a lot of happiness with it, because its openness brings that you can receive more. When you're shriveled and somebody throws so many balls at you, you can't catch many. But if you're happy and you open your arms, you catch as many balls as come to you. The expansion of happiness allows you to receive more. And this is how the RNA works. If you pray, understand the pain of the joy of peace, by with that you give more, and it receives, you touch actually the RNA directly. And then it changes to physicality in the time to come. The meeting of this afternoon for Universal Council, we will have it tomorrow or Sunday. I'll be traveling most of the time tomorrow. It'll be impossible to hold a meeting. There's an announcement for Universal Council. We need an agreement or discussion with that council. Any other point? It's nice in what you asked, because it's something I wanted to teach for some times and I keep on forgetting. This is what we said. It's understanding of the totality which lead to the change of the RNA, and the RNA which changes the DNA, which is a physical part of the RNA.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
It's amazing. Yes.
A couple of weeks ago, you mentioned we had to synchronize our breathing with our hearts. And while you were talking about half an hour ago, my lungs just practically blew up. I took so much air in that, and I have a big capacity for a large quantity of air in my lungs, but it was fantastic.
Is a dead man talking or a joy man talking if he exploded?
No, I'm joyful. You made me cry like a baby. This is John here from Argentina.
I understand. Peace brings a lot of joy, is for those who respect it.
Yes, you're right.
Any other point? Anything else?
Are you up for another question, or are you ready to?
Yes, no problem.
Okay. One that Flint wanted to put through here from Pete. His name's hard to pronounce, but he's from Poland. So he says, Pete, my question relates to the beautiful people, and it's in the context of the Blueprint for Peace teachings. Knowing how a neutron decays into a proton and electron, We can relate this to human beings, as Mr. Keshe many times compared the rotating reactors, the brain of the man and the soul in it, and the decay of the neutron. How does it work with the beautiful people or schizophrenics? How do they carry 2 electrons and 2 protons, such as 2 souls of the physicality and 2 souls
No,
in the
no.
brain? And
They carry their souls, and each one has its own section of physicality. If you understand the totality of their creation, even though we look at the structure, if you look at the brain MRI of the beautiful people, they have a slightly different structure. And what we call the wiring of it is different, because in that process, each soul has taken position in the position of the totality of the soul of the being, as a plasma, as we call it, like a hydrogen being in there and a carbon being in the same plasma. But because they use different strength, they have taken the same operation in physicality in different locations of the brain. So the back lobe or back part of the brain does every function as a front lobe does for the other soul. In reality, we don't see much difference in the physical structure, but internally, through the operation of the soul, each part of the brain has taken operation of one physical entity. People of this caliber, beautiful people, they change the color of their eyes, they change their behavior, they change the voice, they change the talk, they change their walk. They make love totally different by each physicality. So the brain is the same to us, but connection of it in respect to that soul, due to its distance from the soul, the totality of the soul is different, and then it behaves different. The color of the eye changes, the shape of the eye changes, the behavior, the voice, the understanding, the intellect. So when we look at the beautiful people, it's one plasma, but many plasmas inside it. It's not, as I said yesterday, like chemistry, 1 electron there and 1 proton there. But that field strength interacts with given strength of certain part, structure body of the brain, which dictates different thing. I'm not on my screen, otherwise I would have explained it in a much easier way. When the souls of the beautiful people works, each one has his own strength, because it's like all of us, we have different strength souls. And then that's when that soul is in operation, it creates different field strength at the given point of the physicality, and at the same time, so it creates different response. That's how the beautiful people operate through one brain. It's like I sit in the center, I kick a ball at 2 kilometers an hour, or 2 kilometers a second, and you absorb it at 10 meters away from the center point. Now I kick a ball at 4 kilometers per second, and you're still at 10 meters. You absorb different hit, so you vibrate different, you behave different, and the pain is different. And if I kick at 10 kilometers per second at 10 meters distance, you behave different. It's the same soul, it's the same, what do you call it, physicality of the brain. Now it receives different strength emotion from the soul. So with 2 kilometers, it creates a blue eyes, open eyes. Interested in totality, because don't forget it's a sphere shape going out. Is interested in art and music and whatever, because Art lovers having all of them a given strength, field strength. This is amazing. What of science has never understood, and this is again, I say, it's a part of new knowledge. And the musicians have the same, all of them vibrate, all of them have a given strength soul in the mental brain's operation. So now, when you hit by 4 kilometers per second to the same position of the brain, let's say this gives a green eye, a slightly open but happy eye. If you hit it at 10 kilometers an hour, now for that brain, it's a higher speed, much brighter color eyes, very, very light blues. That creates absorption of different energy from the space and environment, creates a joyful, attractive woman or a man, because now the eye radiates out, which means I'm giving so much, I want something more back. We see this, the same behavior with nympho, what we call nymphos, or what we call oversex, which I explain exactly what it comes down, not because each individual behaves different in respect to the totality. So when it comes to speak about beautiful people, we have to understand the working of the soul. There's one soul as a whole, but has divisions of a strength. And when one strength interacts with totality of physicality, that reflection reflects the behavior, change of color, change of skin, change of voice or whatever. Because now it's different strength interacting with the same thing, so it creates different. How one cell is allowed to overcome the other or take position, or simultaneously use the same thing, then they use as common denominator. They know one smokes, so all of them smoke. And then you find one cannot kiss and the other one does kiss. You find one loves to drink like a fish and the other one, when he's there, I don't touch fish, I don't like alcohol. But you liked it. And the other one says, no, I don't feel like drinking this, or I don't like this food. And then the next day they like that food. And the case creates mayhem in the house. When you speak to the families of these people, they don't remember. I never said I don't like fish. But yesterday you said you don't like fish. But because they never understood, so beautiful, create mayhem in their homes. Absolute mayhem. That's why we call them, they behave abnormal, because it's not abnormal, because it's different guy. He is like you telling your brother you don't like a steak, and then your sister comes and says, I love a steak. So because you can see them, you recognize them. Okay, that was my brother, this is my sister. Oh, he says, my brother hates a steak and my sister loves a steak. But when it comes to beautiful people, it's the same. John loves to have a blue eyes, and he loves blonde hair women. Jack is totally with the black. I've seen many of these. They're beautiful because they are collection. Where we are one single monotus. The beauty is there, the collection. You see bunch of flowers. And the most strange thing is, one doesn't remember what the other one has done, or that's not mine. I know he's done it, but it doesn't mine. I was watching it doing it. Try to understand how it works. Try to watch some of the movies about Siamese twins. They're grown up, adult. And there are a couple of very strange ones in the world at the moment. One is man and one is woman. But they're stuck to each other. And then the two sisters. I don't know if you've seen the story of the two sisters. A few of these twin sisters, now they're grown up. And they have totally different preferences for everything. To confirm they're different. Just because they're stuck to each other, they don't have to look like twins.
Mr. Keshe?
Yes.
This is Mark House from the Golden Age of GANs.
Hi, Mark.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. My
Thank you very much for your wonderful work.
Thank you so much. I sent a letter off to President Trump this morning, and it felt really good. It felt great to send it, and the fears from 9/11 in the United States are diminishing, I think. At least in my case, it is. And I wanted to also mention that I've become the new newsletter editor for the Plasma Times, Arizona.
Ah, congratulations.
And I wondered if this theme of the Blueprint for Peace ought to be the theme for the next August newsletter. What do you think?
Has to be.
Yes, I think so too.
I think something you got to do in this this newsletter is try to interview a lot of people in columns or teachings, and try to bring a lot of new insight into the work. It's a beautiful initiative, the way it's been set out and the way it's going. And there's a lot behind it, and I enjoy seeing it because it allows, it'll grow very big. It'll grow extremely big, especially what is happening. Just watch the space in next week or so, next 7 days. We are expecting a lot of things to happen in the background. I have a big battle. I'm waiting till tomorrow morning. I know what the answer. You got to put this on your newspaper. I know Netanyahu is going to refuse allowing Ahmed, what do you call it, President Rouhani to go to Israel. I won't be surprised, but it'll be a big surprise if he says yes. And then you can put it there on your newsletters.
Okay, very good.
Thank you very much for your work. I send a lot of people to see the testimonials.
I'd like to invite everyone the option to send articles or things that they think they would like to share as a testimonial, etc. Projects that you're working on. The Blueprint for Peace for Humanity, I think, is the major theme.
Please, those of you who are in the background, you know of these groups, peace movement or whatever, bring them in. Call them. Just don't send them an email. Call them. We need you. We want it. Now we create the ground for it with the scientific background. Let them call whatever they want to call. But teach them this time, if you join us, first of all, you have to sign the peace treaty. And secondly, you have to learn to do it through your soul. We all achieve much faster. Yeah, that's very interesting. Thank you very much, Mark, for your work.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for what you do. You and Caroline and everyone in the team.
Keshe Foundation is a big team, is a big family.
Yes.
Thank you very much indeed for your work.
Thank you.
Any other question? I'm expected to be in Accra tomorrow night, leaving Italy. And we expect a lot of changes. The Keshe Foundation, FDA approval of the water has been received. We've been told the water officially has been passed by the FDA. And so we are there to launch this using the Keshe Foundation Certificate of African Nations of Ghana to go through other FDAs as a backup for approval for the Keshe Foundation factories around the world. As we received the standard board approval of the water exactly more or less 5 weeks ago, we were expecting that FDA will follow because the standard board has shown the work. And so in receiving FDA approval for the water, it will change a lot of things for us. It allows us to promote the water as it is, as a natural water, and allows us to put the technology into the scrutiny of the governmental organizations. The FDA approval is a major move for us, is a major gain to show that the water is pure, is absolutely pure. And we had the certification we received from Standard Boards for the water on the 6th of June of last month. These things has to be reported by the magazines or by the journal, that the first time we received these approvals. Those of you who are developing different parts of different, what I call systems of the Keshe Foundation, I have met just totally by coincidence a man who's in charge of the standardization. So if from now on, I'm going to meet with him very soon. He's from Germany. They have 3,500 employees just for the standardized or resisting of the, what you call, reports or testing of the equipment. We come to an agreement that from now on, once we certify one thing in one country or one place with them as Keshe Foundation, you have to be registered as a Keshe Foundation to be able to do it. We have to inform them that you are part of the Keshe Foundation and you work within the structure of the foundation. Then they produce certification accordingly across the world for the same product. So if we certify with them the material, let's say to EU standard, they transfer and they do the testing according, and they issue the American certification. And with it, other countries. So it's taken us a long time, and by just pure coincidence, now we have come to across this one of the major corporations in this field. And if you are part of the Keshe Foundation manufacturing, we manufacture things which you are at the moment not putting to certification. Now this system allows everything to be certified and everybody to use it. It's the way we work with it. So with the certification of the water we received, now we can allow other Keshe Foundations around the world to go through the same process, certification to be approved for different countries by them. It's very, very interesting. Any other points? We need a lot of volunteers for transcribing. We need a lot of volunteers for the transfer of new pages. There's a huge need for volunteers to put a lot of things, organization in the Keshe Foundation together. The growth is becoming so rapid that the present strength is not enough. We are looking to about 400 transcribers. At the moment, there are around about 30, 37 the last time I looked. Something around 30 of them. We need to increase it to about 400. So if you can help in transcribing, please contact the transcriber team. It's the same with the people who do the translations. We need huge amount of translations to be done. The Chinese community in the background, if you are listening, I know there's quite a lot of you. Please, I know you translated all my 3 books and somehow you have put them all on the internet for different ones. Now that you've done the job and you've gone and you put it in public, please remember to tell the others where they are, that they can be educated by themselves. You have stolen the rights, but in that way, at least share the loot, as we say in English. Let the others benefit by it too.
Mr. Keshe, there's a couple of questions that people are asking if they can put. Can we report the one nation of peace lovers? In other words, I think they're talking about Ghana. Is it possible that they've signed the World Peace Treaty, and can they be put on the list?
They have signed is internal. I have a meeting in the coming days with respect to this in Ghana. That they have signed the internal World Peace Treaty for all the parties that they will not do the nation states a peaceful nation. This has to be translated if the nation is signing himself or themselves to the World Peace Treaty, and this has to be clarified. We cannot take it. They have signed a peace because you have to understand the reason this has been done. This was done just before the election because the elections of Ghana was hyped up to be going to be extremely dangerous, extremely. We were in the country during the elections. They were hyping it that there could be problems, change of government, and so this treaty that they stay peaceful nation, and it was in respect to each other in the nation. So all we need to do now is to ask the Ghanaian government to take this most probably to the parliament. We have access to the head of the parliamentary, the head of the, what do you call it, the parliament, the chairman of the parliament, and to them to ask to extend this to the borders, beyond their borders. This is a very delicate matter. It means the armed forces become peaceful armed forces, and then we have Togo. That's why, if you remember, Paul said, please do not interfere with Togo at the moment. This is what I explained. If we can get the two armies of Togo and Ghana, the military people, come to an agreement that we establish the first Pan-African no border, very much like Europe, then the finances of the army can be used internally for the nation. You have some political groups or whatever. It takes not much, but Africa is very flexible. We are working. Paul is on my other side. I've spoken with Paul, with the heads of armies in past few days. We're talking to Ghanaians in different way. If we can take open the barriers, the borders between the two nations, that the armies can be reduced or the armies can be used for benefit of the nation, then it was welcomed by the head of armed forces, of the ex-armed forces head, and the now head of the one division of the army, as something they want to do it. If we can do, if we succeed, we hope, is one of the part of my trip to Africa next 24 hours, is this. I might travel into Togo directly to meet with the what do you call it, the leaders of the nation. The same with Ghana. And if we can, before I leave Ghana for my summer holidays, which I was supposed to start 2 weeks ago, we open the first Pan-African snow border countries, very much like Europe. I hope we can achieve it. I hope His Excellency President Nana give us a green light for this move. And we've been assured we should get the same thing from the President of Togo if they can. It's a lot of ifs and a lot of trust, and you have to understand Africans don't take much to get irritated, because they are very proud nations, village by village, and it's a very nice thing. It'll be nice if we call them Africa, not African nations. They have their own beauty and they have their own crankies like everybody else does, like the Europeans and the Americans and the rest. The peace treaty in Ghana, what we see is internal between political and nation. Now we have to bring it with a next door neighbor. And thank you very much for the poll. What it's doing in the background is taking weeks and weeks to build this confidence. As I said, over the past few days, Paul and I have spoken to the head of armies live. They understood our mission, they understood what we are taking to go to Togo. And we are committing $3 to $5 million directly into Togo as part of the Keshe Foundation investment in support of the armies to become peaceful armies. We are investing in peace. Good night, Caroline. We have to. It's our job. We are committed to it. We have to carry it out. We are putting every resources of the Keshe Foundation into peace. Financial, human, time, systems, knowledge, technology. We can cajole it, we do it. Anything else?
Yes, Mr. Keshe, this is Willy from Norway, from the transcribers team.
Yes, really.
Yeah. Is there...
Thank you very much for all your hard work. I have good luck with your team.
Thank you.
Everybody knows whenever I want to laugh, I come and have a look at your transcribers team. You're a bunch of happy people.
Well, we try to keep the spirits up, you know. It's a lot of work going on for the people, so we do our best. But my question is, because I know there's an email address for the volunteers or the transcribers to write to Keshe Foundation, but we don't have access to it, so we cannot process the people. Is there any way we can make that happen?
That you have to speak to our webmasters. Because what we are doing, there is a security check on people who come in, and that has been very slow because of when we change the security structure. But it has to be. I sent some. We have a number of people on the Universal Council and support Universal Council teams which are on this. They're waiting for response. This is, I think, if we can get hold of Ella, she has to sort it out.
Okay.
I've just received the notice while you're there. It says tomorrow is no teaching. Weekend is this weekend is a free time weekend. Next weekend, Saturday, Sunday, Monday and Tuesday till the Wednesday of the 2nd and the 3rd, we will go on a 24-hour watch. I stay up physically as much as possible to push for the World Peace Treaty around the world. From next weekend, we go on 24-hour. We have to plan, set up a structure. Even we can use transcribers because you're all good at using it, to man the websites and to man the system that we can keep pressure on the governments and the ambassadors. Thank you very much for the notice in the background. Carry on, Billy.
Yeah, well, we'll talk to the webmaster then. And,
yes, I know. There is a notice for you because we are trying to push it to about 300 to 400, mainly for the Universal Council and the Earth Council meetings as they expand to be more and more of them. So we need to do it, but it's the security. The bottleneck at the moment is the security.
Yes. Yeah, I understand, because there's just a lot of things going on. So
yeah.
But if we are to bring the people in to volunteer for transcribing, we need to process them and teach them.
Yes.
What they have to know.
I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you very much for all your hard work and your jokes.
Thank you. There's nothing.
Thank you indeed. Thank you indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything else, or shall we call it a day?
The only other thing I see left over right now is Theodore says in the Q&A, my friend Kiva from Africa is very grateful for the CO2 water and would like to give a testimonial if appropriate. But perhaps we can put that off till next time, if you wish.
If there is it a written or reading or somebody speaks?
I'm assuming it would be someone speaks, but I don't know anything about that yet, really.
At the moment, we are reaching a point of a lot of things in regarding the testimonials, and to stop the mayhem which has been created by what I call the dark side of Mr. Lorenzo's team. We have decided that we pattern our work in a different way, and in a way it should be a joy for people who've been helped. They can say what they achieved and how they improved their life. But in other hand, they get threatened, intimidated, and everything else. So we have to keep them away from these warmongers, I call them, these dark forces. And so we try to, every time we saw somebody coming, showing or whatever, teaching, they attack, they threaten the children and their life. This is the way they work. So they're as dark as you can get it. There's a notice here. It says volunteers now for, we need volunteers for everything. Graphic design, 2D, 3D animation. We need transcribers, subtitlers, translators, advertising and internet working. We need a team of people to come in to be able to do a lot of work, because the mayhem will start running. It's going to get bigger and bigger. There is no way this movement will stop. And it's good at the end of it is peaceful. Somebody wrote to me, you put an olive of peace to Mr. Lorenzo. I said no. I showed him his children need peace. That's his responsibility. We don't stand fighting. That's their problem. It's just they have to understand this time the peace is for all of us, not elite to some and not abused by some. Right? All the rubbish you like at night, daytime, handle your governments and bring them to the table of peace. They won't call you schizophrenic. They call you very beautiful people. Then it shows. They're put on the spot. Now they have to show if they're real men of peace or we're just there to create war. I think we put their names on the warmongers, those who we see stop the process of peace. It was very strange receiving a call around about 2, 3 o'clock this morning from Australians that we are shocked. We are warmongers. We are the only one. I said, yes, because you're the only one who responded. Shall we call it a day? You've been going on for nearly 5 hours.
Sure, I think that's a good idea, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much. But be prepared, we're going to go for a marathon run. We've done this before in a couple of occasions when we had to. And this is worth it, because on the 2nd and the 3rd, the members of Universal Council and Earth Council will sign humanity into peace. If we get those of who call themselves world leaders, it would be nice too. That'll be in addition to their strength. But the members of Universal Council and Earth Council, peace comes through the soul, and they'll be more effective than anything else. Thank you very much. And hopefully, as we enter a new cycle of work, we see what happens. And then we'll go to the next step.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you indeed.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you, every one of you. I just came in after 2 weeks of teaching for a few hours yesterday, and today you've done a lot of work. Thank you for all your work, all your effort.
Yes, we try to keep the flame going here.
Flame of peace could get very hot very soon.
I think so, yes. The wax is melting and the candle's burning at both ends.
Oh my God.
For
Yeah,
all-
but
for
the
a
thing
lot
is,
of us.
sometimes some of them has too much wax on one end. Enjoy yourself and have a nice weekend. We meet on Monday.
Very good.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That'll end. That'll be the ending for our Blueprint for Peace for Humanity, Day 13 afternoon session for Friday, July 21st, 2017. As always, thank you everybody for attending. And I love
Thanks,
you
Rick.
all. Okay, I'll end the live stream now.